Okay, good morning, Attorney Venora, Attorney Vaughn, any administrative matters?
We have just a couple. We have some of the read-ins this morning. Attorney Vaughn will walk the panel through those. And then right before we start cross, we have one update to some of the testimony from yesterday. So I'll turn it to Mr. Vaughn.
Great.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Hurwitz, after we broke last night, were you able to locate read-in U?
I was. Read-in U sought additional information regarding the bill impact information at the bottom of the attachments for UPA 1 for CNG and then UPA 13 for SCG. In consultation with our rate design panel, I've now come to learn that that calculation began by calculating the ratio of executive compensation expense to the overall distribution revenue requirement. We then applied that ratio to the portion of the revenue requirement that was allocated to residential heating customers to derive the portion of executive compensation allocated to those customers. We converted the resulting value into a volumetric rate using the annual usage of that customer class and applied that volumetric rate to the average residential heating customers' usage to arrive at the bill impact percentages displayed at the bottom, or bill impact values displayed at the bottom of those attachments.
Thank you. May I clarify that? Do you know what year annual usage was it?
My understanding
Test year, sorry.
My understanding is it was the same usage information that was used to drive our proposed rates and rate design.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurwitz and Chairman Gillette. Mr. Hurwitz, were you also able to locate read-in X?
I was. Read-in X sought updated CEO pay ratio information. That ratio for the 2023 calendar year was 87:1.
Thank you. And do you have read-in Y?
I do. The Massachusetts formula values for 2021 in Schedule G 2.12 were incorrect. The percentages that were 3.83% should have been 4.07%. The 1% that was 5.26% should have been 5.59%, and we intend to refile Schedule G 2.12 to reflect these corrections shortly. These have no effect on our proposed revenue requirement as they are limited to the 2021 information displayed on that schedule.
Thank you. And that's the SCG
Yes.
schedule only. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurwitz. And lastly, were you able to confirm the information for read-in Z?
Yes, that sought clarification regarding whether a $162,000 reflected in, I forget the data request number, was included in our proposed capital plan. We have since confirmed it is not.
Thank you, Mr. Hurwitz. I believe that was CAE 38.
Thank you.
And with that, Chair Gillette, I believe that leaves a read-in W outstanding. We're still working to locate.
Thank you. Attorney Venora.
We have just one correction. I'll ask Ms. Palella to make this. This relates to a question that Ms. McDonald asked yesterday regarding late payment charges in CAE 35, and we since have some updated information on that.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I was able to confirm that late payment charges are a part of accounts receivable. And so when that accounts receivable goes unpaid, the amount is written off. And so any LPC portions would be in that write-off amount. The write-off isn't specific to late payment charges, but any unpaid LPCs would be included in that write-off.
That's all we have today.
Okay. Any party or intervener with administrative matter? Okay, then we will resume cross for this panel with authority staff. Ms. McDonald, please.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, panel. I have a few questions on LiDAR, but some of them I'm not quite sure. This is for this panel, or it should be for the rate design panel. So feel free to stop me if necessary. First, let's talk about how LiDAR will be applied to the customer's bill. Can you walk me through how the discount will be calculated for a customer who receives SEEP?
So the low-income discount rate would be applied to the bill, to the total bill. So that would either be the tier 1, 10%, or tier 2, 50% off the total bill.
And is that discount after they've received the SEPA award, or will you apply the discount prior to that and then adjust after the SEPA award?
One moment. Yeah, the discount is off the bill, what you're billed for your usage, so the SEEP award would not have any implication to that.
I think we might just need some clarification. So the SEEP award would be monies received from, the Connecticut Energy Assistance Program. The timing and how the discount would be applied, we need, I guess, some further understanding of
All right,
the
so-
question. Or maybe a scenario.
All right, thank you, Mr. Daniels. So with the changes or the proposed changes or potential changes for MPP, SEEP awards will be done monthly, right? So if that happens and the customer is also enrolled in LiDAR, I'm trying to understand how the company will be calculating the discount. Will you be adding the SEEP award to the total bill and then give a discount, whether it's tier 1 or tier 2, or will you calculate the discounts without the SEEP award and then apply the SEEP award after you've done the LiDAR calculation?
So I think the best way to answer the question would be to talk about the sequence in which that would happen. So the first thing that would happen was based on consumption, a bill would be generated. The discounted tier rate would be applied to those charges to reduce the bill. And then payments, including SEEP or matches to matching payments, would be applied thereafter.
Okay. All right, thank you. I was just gonna ask you about MPP. So the same thing will happen then if the customer has both SEEP and MPP. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct. Any subsequent payments would be applied after the discount was applied to the bill.
All right, so I'm gonna ask for 2 late files here, just so I can have an illustration of how this will look if things are approved. So I would like a copy of a customer bill with the customer participating in MPP and receive SEEP, and another bill for the customer who's only participating in MPP.
We're just consulting just to make sure we understand the question.
Oh, sure, that's fine.
And I think we have a question just for clarification. Is it your understanding that SEEP would be applied more than one time during a season? Okay. No, that we have the same understanding then. Just wanted to clarify that. I think we were a little bit confused by your questioning and thinking that The assumption was that SEEP would be applied multiple times, but it's just a one time. Okay.
I need, what I'm trying to see is the calculations once SEEP is applied. And for the customer who gets SEEP and is in MPP, which the matching will be done monthly. I may have misspoken when I said SEEP monthly, but it's the MPP monthly I'm referring to.
Okay, great.
Okay, well,
Right. And we're clear on that because it's for LiDAR, for the customers
yes,
also eligible for LiDAR.
understood.
Okay.
Understood.
Okay, that's a lay file exhibit 143.
You had asked for two,
Two.
so shall we provide both copies of that bill, those scenarios in the same late file?
That's.
Is that-
that's fine.
Okay,
Yes, please.
So in the rate design testimony, the company is proposing to have use the CAA portal to enroll customers in LiDAR. Is there any additional cost for this process to be implemented?
One moment. Just in reference to the potential, just programming, the ability to transition that information in the file, but there wouldn't be any sort of transactional incremental cost.
Okay, and there will be no adjustments to the MOUs with the CAAs and the company?
No, there would not.
All right, thank you. Let's go to CAE 46, please.
I have it here.
First, will the company cease offering of the below budget payment when LiDAR is implemented?
We would assume that would be the case because that's what we did with the electric when we launched the LIDR. So that's our assumption.
Okay. And does the company have a communications plan to communicate to customers who are currently receiving BBP?
Yeah, we would mirror what we did in the UI case, which we notified customers accordingly.
And when you say mirror UI, you mean what was approved, the communication plans that was approved for UI?
We had communications that advised the customers of the change in the below budget payment.
All right, thank you. CAE 89. I want to discuss the implementation timeline and the cost estimates. So what measures will the company put in place to keep costs within the cost estimate and implementation timeline for LiDAR?
Our goal would be to follow the implementation similar to the way we did with UI and hopefully anticipate any potential challenges that we might have so that we do stay within budget.
Are there any processes or functions that the CNG can mirror based on the implementation of LiDAR for UI that could reduce the cost estimates?
The cost estimates that we included are assumed some of the efficiencies that we have with the UI implementation.
All right, thank you. CAE 90.
Yes.
So this response referred to flexibility in design of LiDAR. Will the system be optimized to add or remove tiers once LiDAR is implemented?
One moment. Yeah, we did accommodate for additional tier in UI, so we would do the same here.
And so if there are any changes that would not increase costs for the system?
It would depend on the extent of the change. So we would have to understand what the changes would be to understand whether or not the flexibility that we built would accommodate all of the changes.
Okay.
As you know, there's a lot of discussion around 2 tiers, 3 tiers, 4 tiers. So it just depends on the level of change, whether or not the flexibility that we've built in will be able to accommodate all of that change.
And do you know if it would be easier, all right, maybe not easier, but for the cost, if we were to, I don't know, increase the number of tiers, are you saying then it's flexible enough that it's able to do that without having a significant cost increase?
One moment. So just to clarify, are you talking about the programming of the
Yes.
system? Yes. So we did build in some flexibility for an additional tier, but there is incremental costs associated with testing and understanding that the changes have been made properly. So the more tiers you build, the more testing that's required in order to make sure that all those changes were made.
All right, thank you. CAE 91? So
I have it.
thank you. In your proposal for the 2-tier for LiDAR, can you explain how the company determined the eligibility requirement of 160% of the federal poverty level to modify to 150% of the poverty level for tier 1? And I'd like to know the same for tier 2.
Could you just clarify the question?
In the proposal for the 2-tier, the Interog requested modifications to LiDAR for cost containment, and the company proposed reducing the FPL to 150%. And I would like to know how that was determined.
One moment.
Sorry.
This may be a question that we would follow up with the rates panel. This was co-sponsored with the rates panel. I just want to make sure that we give you the accurate information.
All right, so I'll save that for rates. Thank you. Can this panel offer additional context into the considerations that led to proposing the 3rd tier?
I believe the considerations were in regard to the cost of the program, and that was when with the UI program, recognized that just the 2 tiers drove some additional costs because of the DSS opt-out matching program, which consequently led to a lot more customers being eligible for the tier 2, which is the 50% discount. So there was consideration there at the time, similar to when we were preparing this, as far as what could still bring benefits to our customers, but perhaps reduce the overall costs that would be passed along to all the customers.
Thank you. So in the proposal for the modifying the eligibility requirements, which I'll follow up with the rate design team, I'm wondering if there was any assessment to determine the impact on the number of customers in the different tiers if that modification was approved.
I know we had provided some information in reference to some of the tiers that are listed here with the chart, but as far as the additional proposals, I'm not aware of that. I would have to consult with the rates panel.
Okay. And the rates panel would tell me if there's any unintended consequences that could happen with this modification?
Can you further explain unintended consequences?
Well, if the requirements were modified as proposed, I am trying to understand the overall effect it would have on the main objective of implementing LiDAR.
So in other words, perhaps if you didn't give certain customers at certain income levels a 50% discount, what impact would that have
Yeah.
perhaps on their energy burden?
Mhm.
I am not aware of that analysis, but we can consult with the rates panel.
All right, thank you. Will the company track the participation of the number of customers who are enrolled in LiDAR and the impact it has on their overall bill? All right, let me break that down. Based on whether the customer is in tier 1 or tier 2, will the company be doing any tracking other than to calculate the actual discounts based on the tier level?
Can you explain further?
All right. I am trying to understand if LiDAR is working. And I want to know how the company plans on monitoring the ongoing implementation of LiDAR and how, if it's meeting the objective of reducing energy burden for the customers that are participating in LiDAR. Was that helpful? Okay.
We have created a number of reports for UI as far as tracking the low-income discount rate and what impact it might have on the customer's arrears balances. So there would be some additional analysis as far as the impact overall on the discount and whether or not it has assisted the customer with reducing that arrears balance.
All right, thank you. Maybe these questions are for the rate design, but I'll put it out there anyway and you let me know. In CAE 95.
Yeah, I think that,
That's right.
I think it's rates. It's all the, I noticed it's only the rates panel are the witnesses on that question.
All right, so I'll table those questions. Let's move to CAE 47.
One moment, please.
Thank you, I have it.
Thank you. Can you explain the criteria the company considered to determine the specific calls that are now part of the outsourcing?
The calls currently being outsourced?
The ones that are being proposed to be outsourced?
Yeah, so we look at, and with respect to all the calls that we take, right? I think that there's a great deal of complexity from all the calls that we take as we've endeavored to automate and provide self-service for some of the easier transactions. But what we tried to do was to take a look and see if there was any potential offsetting call types that could facilitate moving, credit and collection calls to the in-source contact center. And what we came up with was that the most transactional type of calls would be service calls. So when a customer is calling in to request a service appointment or to understand when a technician might arrive, those sorts of calls. When we looked at the other call types which the current in-source center takes, which would be mostly billing related calls, so complex billing issues, understanding bill, high bill complaints, getting into the actual customer usage and having a fundamental understanding of consumption and the customer information system and being able to navigate that very fluidly. We decided that, the only call type that we thought would be able to be transitioned to an outsource would be these service-related calls.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Are there any measures in place to maintain consistency in quality for these service calls that will be outsourced?
We would use, so regardless of the call type that the company answers, we do have quality measures in place. Our quality assurance program, maintains that we listen to phone calls on a somewhat routine basis to ensure customer quality. We also have, with the implementation of our speech analytics tool, in the future, we'll have further capabilities to ensure quality. We'd apply those same, mechanisms to every call type to ensure that we're giving quality customer service to every customer, regardless of the reason for calling us.
Thank you. I've grouped CAE 48 and 50 together. When you have it up.
Yeah, we've got 50.
Okay. How often does the company review market trends and emerging payment technologies to ensure alignment with customer expectations?
Yeah, it's a common practice across our customer experience and digital team to watch for changing customers' needs, opportunities to further enhance our customer experience, market trends, what our competitors are doing, and benchmarking analysis. One of the tools we actually rely on is our JD Power membership tool, which was disallowed in the UI rate case, and that's something that really gives us a good benchmark in how we really sit amongst our peers in the industry. SCG and CNG actually being strong leaders in that benchmark. But that helps us also identify where we've got opportunities for improvement. So it's something that we really endeavour to make sure is retained as part of our go-forward position.
So, but how often is this done? Is this something that's reviewed monthly, quarterly?
Constant
Annually?
practice. It's a constant practice. Yeah.
Okay. For the payment options that were proposed, is there any indication from this market research that customers would like to have these options?
Yeah, so we've just deployed Google Pay and soon to be Apple Pay, which were the largest indicators of customer need through our research. The ones that are stipulated in CA 50, Venmo and PayPal, we haven't actually seen them come through in research as like there being a strong desire for customers to pay for energy via those payment methods.
Will the company do any independent assessment to see if Venmo and PayPal credit is something that customers would like to have as options, payment options?
We have, so we have constant assessment. So we have a voice of the customer program that takes many feeds, external and internal, through different research methodologies. So absolutely, that's something that will continually be addressed as it is today.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, I would add one more thing to that. So the JD Power research study that Craig referred to earlier is an independent study where we can garner research like that just from including ourselves in the JD Power.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
thank
In those responses, the company asserts that it has yet to begin any discussion on evaluating the payment options. Which stakeholders would the company typically engage this discussion with?
Customers.
Just the customers?
So just for clarity, we have a voice of the customer program, which takes, research, data, insight from many internal and external parties, providers, stakeholders, to evaluate where our customers' needs are.
All right, thank you, Mr. Patterson. I think the rest of my questions are better suited for the redesign team, so this is all I have. Thank you, panel.
Thank you. Attorney Keenan.
Good morning. My name's Kate Keenan. I'm a staff attorney at. And I have some. Kate.
You're gonna have to.
Oh. Thank you. You hear me now? I have some follow-up questions regarding bill design and also the fee-free program. So my first question, I just want to make sure I heard the company accurately yesterday regarding the bill design project. The company has not yet completed it. Is that correct?
That's correct. It was completed for UI, and then the next phase is the gas companies.
Okay, and you anticipate completion in 2025? Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
Thank you. Has the company filed a detailed cost estimate and timeline for the bill redesign project in this proceeding?
I just have to clarify in this proceeding, that could be a read-in, but we have filed the detailed costs and timeline at the time. And then we believe we filed, and then we were asked to include it in this proceeding. So we are potentially, the timeline might be impacted depending on what happens in the proceeding. But we had included the detailed costs and the timeline, which I believe at the time was estimated at this 2024 to be completed.
Okay, can you provide that as a read-in?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Are we at Z or double A? Double A. Okay, thank you.
And it's the detailed cost estimate and timeline. Okay, I also have some follow-up regarding PayGuard. The company started using PayGuard in December 2022, correct?
Correct.
What prompted the company to begin using it?
We became aware of customers who had advised that they had not paid by credit card. They had called with a question regarding their payment, for example. And, we had advised that we received, thank you, we received your credit card payment. And they said, I paid through my bank. I didn't pay with the credit card. And then we were seeing that the volumes, that when we started investigating it with our vendor, our payment vendor, and then they shared that there are those payment aggregators and that they had a service that they were introducing to their customers that we could implement that would help mitigate, because it consequently added to the costs those aggregators, that the credit card fees tend to be higher based on the cards that they're using.
Thank you. And when did the company's affiliates start using PayGuard?
I would have to confirm that. My recollection is that all of the companies implemented it in a similar time frame, but I can find that out on a read-in.
I have that as a read-in, please.
So that will be read in BB.
Thank you. My next question is regarding the company's responses to interrogatories Pura 18 and Pura 20. In those interrogatory responses, the company states that it utilizes customer satisfaction scores as well as metrics to assess the benefits and success of the fee-free program. What are customer satisfaction scores?
Basically, the customer satisfaction surveys that we do ask a variety of questions about the customer experience. And so also we do, when a customer is self-serving online, they're able to take a survey afterwards as well. So I defer to Mr. Patterson for any clarification, but my understanding is the feedback then we would get from that as a result of perhaps engaging with us in making a payment.
Okay. So if a customer had to make a payment, as Ms. Palella outlined, via one of our communication channels, so on the phone, using their mobile app, on the website, etc., we present the opportunity for immediate feedback from that customer on the processing experience, and we feed that back into our programs.
Okay. Do you happen to know what percentage of your customers answer these surveys?
I would say so. The payments process is the highest volumetric process that we have from a customer engagement perspective. The exact number I do not have. It's high in volume, and that was one of the main drivers for the identification of the need for Apple Pay and Google Pay, and some of those other customer experience enhancements that customers flagged to say, hey, this is something that would be of better interest to me, and we've absolutely fed that feedback back into our improvement plans.
Okay. And you say you use these scores to assess the program. What's considered successful?
Yeah, so we baseline typically before, and this is a standard customer experience best practice irrespective of energy, but typically you baseline existing experience, which we've absolutely done so. And when you make that enhancement, so the fee-free adjustment as an example, or the launch of Google Pay, you then measure the change in that baseline. So again, we've seen across all of our digital enhancements and payments enhancements, we've seen positive uplifts in all of those baseline positions.
Thank you. And what metrics does the company use to assess the program?
Yeah, so I can talk about the customer experience satisfaction side, and then there's obviously broader metrics operationally, but we measure the contact satisfaction, so how satisfied the customer was with that individual interaction, so the process of making a payment. We ask the customer the NPS question, Net Promoter Score question as well, in relation to their likelihood to recommend the service or company to a friend, family, colleague. As well as we look through our verbatim comments. So if we have not only the score, but customers have left us notes on what they've enjoyed or what we could maybe do to further improve things. Then we take all of this together, and we have a really, really strong scorecard that outlines how that product's performing. And again, we continually make enhancements in that. That's reviewed on a weekly basis.
Yeah, and I can attest that, through the contact centers, through the review of those verbatims, we have gotten feedback, as you may know, in the UI. We have not had fee-free, and we've gotten a number of verbatims as well as comments from customers concerned that they have to pay a fee in order to use a credit card.
Yeah, and even, I think I spoke about this in the UI rate case, but came across instances where, a customer is struggling to pay their bill, what was unable to make a full payment through a prepaid credit card for the amount that they needed to pay because it was inclusive of a fee. So, I think I give some anecdotal evidence of that in the UI rate case.
Thank you. Have you assessed the impact of the program on collectibles, on hardship customers?
I believe we've commented that we don't have any specific data, but intuitively, we have heard that customers are able to pay using a credit card. It gives them one more tool in order to be able to make a payment on their bill. So the assumption is that it has a favorable impact on arrears and past due balances to have that additional option for customers.
Okay. Have you done a cost benefit analysis to track whether the program is effective? For example, the number of increase in prompt or full payments due to the no credit card fees?
I mean, I think in general, we see it increase year over year in customers using credit cards, but we don't have a specific analysis such as you mentioned.
Thank you. My next questions are regarding the company's response to interrogatory Pura 22. And in the response to this interrogatory, the company states that the standard debit and credit card fees are applicable when customers use Apple Pay or Google Pay. What does the company mean by standard debit credit card fees?
It's the same. Those payments are using essentially a credit card. So it's the same as if you were to use the credit card.
And there are no other fees associated with the use of Google Pay or Apple Pay?
No.
Thank you.
The way these payment methods actually work, it's the bank that pays the fee to Apple, as an example. So if I've got Apple Pay in my phone and I've got a card in there, and I use Apple Pay to pay off my energy bill, the Apple Pay fee itself, the transaction to Apple, is then managed between the relationship between the bank and Apple. It's not managed between the brand and the customer.
Okay, thank you. Does the company foresee any cost savings if customers are offered the option to pay their bill via Google Pay or Apple Pay? Like reduced costs and postage, printing of bills?
It's a satisfaction piece. So customers now more and more so utilize digital methods of payment, as we know, and utilize wallet capability in their phones. And we've absolutely seen, as Mr. Daniels outlined earlier on, in those verbatim survey feedback comments, it's clear, that that's a need for customers, and that's why we've made that a key focus for us. So it's a satisfaction driver.
And I guess to answer your question, as well as a benefit to a customer, or if you're to think of it holistically in terms of the cost to the customer to make the payment, they would need to assume if they wanted to mail in a check either the price of their checks or having to pay for postage to mail in their checks each month, to, if they were going to pay by check versus a digital method.
Thank you.
I would add another benefit is the points customers get by using credit cards.
Thank you. Okay, my next few questions are regarding the fee charged by credit card companies. Is the fee charged by credit card companies for credit card payments the same for CNG and SCG?
Yes, they would be this based on the same, yes.
And what are the fees charged?
They're variable depending on the type of card that the customer's using.
And what or who determines that rate? The rate that the credit card company charges, is it, do they negotiate that rate with the company?
Yeah, these are just merchant bank fee charges. They're not negotiated with the company.
Okay, my next couple of questions are regarding the company's response to interrogatory Pura 58. Can the company confirm that the only difference between UI's fee-free program and CNG's program is that CNG's program includes both residential and non-residential customers, and UI includes only residential?
One moment. That was the Pura 58.
Correct. And I just want to, I'm asking the question because I would like to confirm that UI's program includes the same banking fees, the same third-party walk-in fees, and the same credit and debit card fees. And I'm particularly interested in the banking fees because I was unable to find that information.
Yes, the banking fees are the same.
Including the lockbox transaction fees. All of the
Okay,
banking
so sorry, to clarify. So I was talking about the credit card payment. So your question is in reference to the lockbox fees. So when a customer mails in their payment, are lockbox processing fees?
Yes, you responded, I believe it was right around Pura interrogatory, the response to interrogatory, maybe Pura 3, what all of the banking fees were included in your fee-free program. And I want to confirm that UI includes those same fees in its fee-free program.
Yes. The only difference being we're proposing to maintain residential and commercial credit cards here, whereas UI is just residential.
Thank you. My next question is regarding the company's response to Pura 59. Will the company incur any costs if non-residential customers are removed from the fee-free program?
Sorry. If non-residential are removed from the program, then those customers would incur that fee.
Correct.
My understanding is it's basically a pass-through.
So the company would not incur any costs?
One moment. I just wanted to verify that, so we'll take that as a read-in.
Thank you.
Okay, CC.
And if non-residential customers were removed, how long would it take to make all of the changes necessary to effectuate their removal?
I would have to do some investigation on that. We haven't pursued that as of yet.
Could I add that to read in CC? Please.
It might be a late file depending on how much input we need related to that.
Okay.
Probably take that as a late file.
Okay. So, late file exhibit 144 will be to provide an estimate of the timeline to remove non-residential customers from the fee-free program.
Yes, thank you. And my last three questions are regarding outstanding RFPs. And I just want to make sure I understand the RFPs and where they are, the status of those RFPs. So in the company's response to interrogatory Pura 10, the company stated that there's an RFP for a third-party vendor for credit and debit card payment processing, as well as negotiation and payment proceeding fees. What is the status of the RFP and negotiation?
The RFPs in the final stages. They are doing some price negotiations at this point. And so I believe they're close to concluding that RFP process.
Have they selected a vendor?
The vendor that is, that they are negotiating with is the current vendor, Cupra.
And is the RFP only for CNG or CNG and SCG or CNG, SCG and UI?
No, it's a networks RFP for all the companies, including Connecticut and the other jurisdictions.
Okay, so it includes UI.
Yeah, the Avangrid networks, which includes UI.
Thank you.
Yes.
And in response to interrogatory Pura 11, the company stated it expects to issue an RFP in quarter 3 or 4 of 2020. Is this the same? For third-party walk-in payment vendors? That sounds like it's a different.
Yeah,
RFP.
that was concluded, and Fiserv, that was when we added Fiserv. So we have Western Union and Fiserv as our walk-in payment vendors. That's a separate.
And yeah, is that is the agreement between CNG, does it cover UI, SCG and CNG?
Yes,
Thank you.
UI, SCG, and CNG, yes.
Okay, my last question is regarding the response to Pura 60. The company states that an RFP was issued in 2023 to secure flat pricing that is in line with standard utility card rate to be consistent across all Avangrid operating companies. Is this a third RFP?
Can you just, it's Pura,
60.
1 moment, please. The Pura 60 in reference to the Cupra vendor. This is the same RFP discussion.
The
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
And what do you mean by flat pricing?
1 moment. Believe that there's an option, I'll take this as a read-in, but I believe there's an option to bundle the pricing so that it's a flat rate instead of based on the usage. But we will take that as a read-in.
And does the company currently have flat pricing?
No, we do not.
Okay, so we'll just confirm that and read in DD.
Thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
Thank you. Mr. Cadwallader, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a couple of follow-ups to Ross that Attorney Keenan gave the panel today. In particular, with regard to the Apple Pay and Google Pay payments, is the charge for those payments levied to the customer or to the company?
Sorry, just to maybe repeat my answer. The charge for the Apple Pay network or the Google Pay network, the way that the process works is Apple and the Bank of America or Chase Bank or whoever that the customer banks with, they transact directly. So the fees transact there. The credit card fee that the customer pays, that's part of the fee-free program, that's still at the customer level, but the specific Apple Pay or Google Pay fee, that's managed out with the customer, out with the brand or the utility, and managed directly between the technology provider, i.e. Apple or Google, and the bank that issued the customer's card.
So if a customer pays through Apple Pay or Google Pay, does the company receive a cost for that, CNG or Southern?
If the customer used a credit card stored within their Apple Wallet, or not stored within their Apple Wallet, the same fee would be charged. It makes no difference. Apple Pay and Google Pay doesn't incur any additional fees to the customer or the company.
Okay, so that isn't an additional cost to the fee-free program.
Correct.
Also, with regard to the merchant banks that determine the rate for their credit card payments, how do they set that rate? Does the company have a feel for that? Is it based on interest rates, inflation, anything like that?
I know in part it's based on the type of card. So whether it's an American Express or Visa, that they carry different charges. I think there's rewards cards that carry different charges as well. So it's a different features of the card itself and the type of card that drives the costs.
Do you know what in general drives the cost for those types of fees?
Can you clarify the question?
Yeah, say American Express has a particular fee for people using its credit card. Do you know how they determine what that fee should be, and does it change from year to year?
So typically, what there's, you have credit card issuers that we all know, like Visa, MasterCard, American Express, and they contract out to banks who provide those cards. So think, for instance, Bank of America, your Bank of America MasterCard, right? So the price is negotiated, the fees negotiated between the credit card issuer, MasterCard, and Bank of America. So it's typically a percentage transaction.
Per transaction or per dollar amount?
It's usually a transactional. So for per transaction, there's usually a fee levied, a percentage fee levied to the bank for using that service. And that's handled between the bank and the credit card issuer. It's not passed through to the customer.
Right. Any thoughts as to what drives the negotiation? What are the banks looking for to get from people using the credit card? Do you know what drives that particular metric?
I think that's probably out of my scope to answer.
Yeah, I think that's obviously that's the commercial model that the banks operate within. And it would be something independent to SCG, CNG or our industry.
Just to wrap up, in order to determine the cost to CNG or to Southern, that would depend on which customers are using which credit cards and the fees associated to those cards, but otherwise the fees are the same between the two companies.
Yeah, so the fee components include the KUBRA processing fee and then the merchant bank fees, so which is variable.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank
Your Honor.
you. Anything further from Pura staff? Nope. Thank you. I will call up the Office of Consumer Counsel, please.
Good morning, Tom Wheel from the Office of Consumer Counsel. We're actually going to start with some questions from Attorney Govea.
Thanks, Tom. Good morning. My name is Jessica Govea. I work for the Office of Consumer Counsel. I have some questions about the direct testimony of the panel. This first question is about the company's proposal to insource a portion of credit and collection calls. The company's testimony states on page 47, I believe starting at line 20, that insourcing 35% of credit and collections calls, along with offsetting some of those costs by outsourcing potentially less complex call type, is a responsible approach to balancing costs to customers while continuing their quality improvement goals. My question is the company's proposal to send less complex call types to the vendor and keep more complicated calls in-house?
So I think I had stated earlier, although these are more transactional in nature, you know, all the calls that the company take are highly complex. The thought here was that, you know, taking from the UI rate case where there was a directive to insource these credit and collections calls, we wanted to put forth a proposal that attempted to understand that request and be able to insource a portion of the credit and collections calls and try to mitigate some costs to customers by potentially outsourcing a different call type to keep costs down. Since that time, the company has onboarded another vendor who we believe has a higher degree of quality than our existing vendor. We've onboarded them recently to handle our move in, move out calls, which are also outsourced. And you know, we'd also like for there to be consideration that, you know, to move the existing credit and collection calls to the Lorica vendor to potentially mitigate costs as well as to improve quality.
So right now, as part of your proposal would not be to sort of filter out the most complicated calls and there's no sort of analysis that will be done on the complexity of the calls remaining with UI and then going to the vendor. There's no, that's not part of the proposal? Or the company?
So the proposal was to take a portion of the credit and collections calls back and then offset what would have been pretty significant costs to some degree by outsourcing a different call type.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the knowledge-based system that's being proposed, what does the company envision management of the knowledge-based system to look like on a day-to-day basis once the system is up and running?
I can answer that one. So the knowledge-based system will have a knowledge-based manager that manages the system on a day-to-day basis. This person is not only going to stand up the system initially, but they'll also monitor it day to day to ensure that all processes, all procedures are in place, which is going to be collaboration with many partners, internal employees to help do that, train employees, onboard new employees on the system, ensure that they are keeping an eye on new functionality. So they'll be partnering with the vendor, but we will have somebody in charge of that product.
Can you explain that last part, that keeping an eye on the new functionality with the vendor?
Well, yes. So the knowledge-based system we have does have, and we have yet to test it and input some stuff, but there's AI, which everybody's talking about there. We just, in case our vendor incorporates another functionality such as more AI or something else to assist the reps in finding information more quickly, more accurately, we will be partnering with the vendor, to ensure if they have any other functionality that we know what it is and determine if it's right for us.
Okay, and as far as inputting new processes, how regularly do you think that would be occurring?
So it's on a daily basis, processes can change. And so, when a process changes, we pull in our training group, we pull in our leadership group, we can pull in our credit collections group. We talk about how we are going to incorporate this change into our processes so the reps understand it. Knowledge-based manager would be part of that conversation, ensure the system is updated.
But would the knowledge base analyst remove the need to absorb any of the need to roundtable with all of those different employees in order to determine which process is going to be entered into the knowledge base system?
Possibly. I mean, we have a general idea of how this is going to work, but we still want to put, we don't have the process in place yet. So I don't want to say it's 100% this is what it's going to be, but that person is going to have to collaborate with several different internal partners, and we'll find the right, most efficient way to do that.
Typically, when there's any sort of a policy change or a procedure change, the subject matter expert of that particular area, whether it's a collections process or if it's a customer service process, would collaborate with our training team to develop content for modification. And then it would be the job of the knowledge base analyst to publish that within the knowledge base.
Yeah, and I would add it's a collaborative process, so it's not these decisions aren't being made in a silo by someone who thinks that my idea is the best. So we often look to the people doing the heavy lifting, which are the people on the front lines, on how to improve. And to Jeff's earlier point, we take every opportunity to improve and enhance the system on a daily basis, not monthly, not quarterly, not annually. So anytime we see an opportunity, we'll take it.
And you had mentioned that there would be a training element to the analyst position, that the analyst would be training on the knowledge base system?
It's possible. We have that in our mindset, but we also have a formal training group. And so it's possible the knowledge base system can either be trained by the knowledge base analyst. We may incorporate that in the actual training curriculum, which may make more sense when we find out more.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 45 of the direct testimony, the company's offered as part of its explanation and purpose for the proposal to increase customer service representatives and support staff, that the potential for low income discount rate inquiries and enrollments. And I was wondering how many of the incremental customer care representative FTEs are due to the anticipated call volume increases associated with the low income discount rate.
So I don't know that we've broken it down in a way that we segment all of our call types and have segmented out how many calls we believe.
Just one moment.
So and just to clarify, you're asking specific about the customer service representative line item and what portion of that staff would be driven by LIDR, correct?
Right, additional inquiries coming in about the LIDR. Yeah.
Yes. So we the process that we endeavor when we're trying to figure out staffing requirements is you start with a forecast of your workload, which is how many calls do you think you're going to receive, as well as how long you think the calls are going to take, right? And that gives you your base staffing. That determines your workload, how much work there is to be done. So what we did was we used for a forecast of call volume, we used historical data, which was consistent with pre-pandemic levels, to determine, how many calls we thought we would get with the implementation of, or the re-implementation of hardship disconnections. We felt that it would be likely that call volumes would return to levels prior to the pandemic. So that was the baseline for the call volume. Inclusive in that would be, call types, including LIDR, but to the extent that we forecasted a specific volume type for LIDR, that wasn't known at the time and really would be a guess. If we had to, we likely could do some better forecasting on that based upon the data what we've realized through the UI implementation of the low income discount rate, but still there's additional variables, right? It's electric versus gas, the total cost to customers. So there's going to be some variables in there. So it's not an exact science, but we based it upon what we knew at the time and expected based upon historical performance.
So the number that is forecasted, there's no specific
No specific
portion of that, yeah.
portion of it that's dedicated to LIDR, but what it is it's based upon what we anticipate our workload to be, based upon how long calls currently take and the number of calls that we anticipate to get holistically.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Wheel again, with the Office of Consumer Counsel. I had a follow-up for Mr. Daniels to Attorney Govea's questions about the testimony proposal to insource 35% of credit and collections calls. I just want to make sure I understood that you had testified earlier just now that the company has found a higher quality vendor than it's currently using. And is that a Lorica that you were referencing?
Yes.
I just want to be clear. So is that an update to where the company was when it filed the testimony? Like, had the company not discovered it or considered using a Lorica when it filed the testimony?
We were too early in our relationship with Lorica to make that determination. They had yet to be onboarded to take any call type for the UI, SCG or CNG companies. Since that time, we have onboarded them. They are taking our move in, move out calls. We have observed their call quality, and we're comfortable in that relationship in order to move forward with potentially other call types.
Okay, so is that changing the plan to insource the 35% of credit and collections calls?
So the plan proposed within the testimony, I think we can consider other options, knowing what we know now about the capabilities of Lorica. I think it's open, for consideration as to if that's a better path and more prudent, way to handle costs for customers.
Okay. Could I ask then for a late file showing I guess I'll back up a little bit. I assume that that different path would involve different levels of O&M payable to Alorica if Alorica was doing more work than Alorica is doing now. Is that an accurate?
Well, there'd be a
Yes.
number of factors that would have to be considered. One would be a reduction in O&M cost to our current vendor, which is currently at a higher rate than what Alorica might be charging for these calls. So we'd have
Okay.
to look at it holistically.
Okay, well, that's what I was getting at, is it sounds like if the company's considering whether another option might be prudent, there's presumably, I'm looking at Mr. Hurwitz, there's presumably a different revenue impact of some kind, or not. But what I'd like is a late file showing whether and to what extent there would be a different revenue impact of going a different direction of using Alorica rather than in-sourced FTEs to handle that credit and call volume. Would that be possible?
Yes. Assuming we'll take an LFE for that.
Yeah, I was requesting it. I wasn't asking for the revenue model to be adjusted in real time. Thank you.
Okay, so that's gonna be late file exhibit 145. Does the company know if I use the shorthand, explain whether there's a revenue requirement impact associated with a potential shift to Alorica? Is that enough detail?
Right. So, understanding, of course, that the response would have to be caveated to some degree because it will involve transition costs, bubble costs, those sorts of things, one-time costs, but maybe on a moving forward basis, we can understand what the impact to revenue requirements would be.
Yes, understood. Yeah, we'd like to see any caveats. We just want to understand if there's a suggestion that there might be another direction, that if the company went in that direction, what that might look like from a revenue perspective, including all directions to the revenue requirement.
Yeah. Chair, in response to your question, yes, we understand the problem.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for interrupting the response to your question. Attorney Govea was just asking about the incremental FTE, the CSR requests, and the portion of that request, the portion of the CSR that would be handling call volume specific to LIDR. And I heard the testimony about that the specific sort of, is it fair to say that the content of the call volume isn't really quantifiable to a degree that you can assign it to how much of an incremental FTE is going to be handling of a particular content of call?
Right. Typically when we forecast call volume, it's based upon historical performance, and then you can make adjustments based upon potential impacts with LIDR not having implemented it or having experience with that volume in the past. It would be hard to forecast a volume for that call type.
Thank you. And I know from having been involved in discussions on the implementation of the LIDR on the electric side, is it fair to say that where that has already been implemented on the electric side, the company is anticipating that an increase in call volume still while it's early, and perhaps that call volume might decrease over time as people become more accustomed to the way the LIDR works?
I think it would be safe to make that assumption, yes.
Thank you. I was recognizing that you are not the rate design panel. I did notice that the rate design panel testimony includes some LIDR cost impacts. I'm looking and including incremental FTEs. So I'm looking at page 29 of that testimony. So I just have some questions about not asking about that testimony, but asking whether the testimony of this panel aligns with those projected FTEs. So that testimony anticipates for CNG specifically 2 incremental hardship team analysts and 2 incremental off-call CSRs. And that's specific to the LIDR. So are those same incremental FTEs like accounted for in the incremental FTE discussion in this testimony?
Yeah, so those are included within the customer service panel testimony within table 2. I believe they are the collections analyst LIDR support to each, and then within the appendix below, there's the methodology for calculating how we came up with those FTE requirements.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I did see the hardship team analyst referenced in that table and in Appendix A, but I didn't see that job title listed in like the portion of the testimony that discusses the incremental positions, which is pages 48 through 53. Are those job titles like, is one of those the same thing as a hardship team analyst?
Yeah, so those were incremental, the collections analysts for the LIDR support. I think we hadn't determined what type of positions. I think they were more going to be entry-level positions supporting, similar to like a customer service representative. But we did carve them out, believing that there would be some incremental cost associated with managing the program. So they're not listed out with those additional job descriptions that you see there. Those are not included in there.
Okay. Thank you. And I also saw on page 1 of Appendix A of this panel's testimony, there's a description of what an off-phone work CSR is. And it says handling customers' inquiries received via mail, email, fax, and web. So, and I heard that, as we just discussed, I heard the testimony about it being difficult to kind of parse what portion of an on-phone CSR's call volume would be associated with LIDR. But is these 2 incremental FTEs that are labeled as off-phone CSRs seem to be presented as specifically only responding to LIDR non-phone inquiries? Is that accurate?
That's correct. I mean, it's possible that they would be doing other types of work in addition to this, but the basis for the FTE requirement was a forecast of what we believed that workload to be based upon historical processing of documentation to substantiate hardship. We imagined that the same level of requirements would take place here. So we would have to staff accordingly in order to process that work within a reasonable time.
Okay, so the purpose of these positions is envisioned to be about the processing of like the LIDR, is it with the paperwork that the company would receive from the CSAs and or maybe potentially processing DSS data? Is it that kind of thing?
It could be that. It could be, and customers who do not participate in DSS programs and have to substantiate income through W-2s or pay stubs, those sorts of things. So that's what that is meant to cover.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had a number of customers who have reached out to us directly and sent out their income information or qualifications directly to us that we've had to process all of the documentation for UI.
Okay.
Just to add it as well, although it is that the functionality now exists for CAAs to be able to submit documentation, code customers as hardship and put them on programs through the portals. It could possibly be a little bit more consistent in how often that's happening and depending on the agency.
Gotcha. Understood. Thank you. Speaking of which, I think I said CSAs and I meant CAAs before, but thank you for not correcting me. I appreciate it. The rest of my questions are actually about being referred to this panel from the gas operations panel. I had questions there about unregistered meters. And actually, Mr. Daniels, a lot of these questions might be for you because I had framed a question to the gas operations panel about a meter issue at 73 Bronson Road in Avon. Are you familiar with that issue?
I am.
Okay. And you actually testified at a PURA hearing on October 13th, 2023 in docket 230926 about that issue. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that issue involved a customer who initiated gas service with CNG in January of 2022, had a meter installed in February of 2022, and when the customer received his first bill, it had an incorrect name on it. Is that correct?
As I recall, the customer, because our gas sales group and our customer service group work off of two different systems. The gas sales group uses Salesforce, and the customer service group uses SAP CRM. There is when a customer signs up for new gas service, we do have to bring that information over from Salesforce over to SAP. And it appears that there was a clerical error in the account number when that was transferred over, which resulted in the service at that residence being put into a different customer's name.
Thank you. And I think you referred to that during that hearing as what's called a move-in reversal. Is that correct?
So at one point during the process, the customer whose name the service was in called us on an unrelated issue and spoke to a customer. And when the CSR was attempting to pull up their account information, they recognized that there was a discrepancy in their name and the address that was under their name. So at that time, they performed a move-in reversal, which basically took the service out of that customer's name and left the service vacant at that point because we didn't have another customer to move into that premise.
Thank you. And I think as you said during that hearing, that effectively left the meter not assigned to any customer. Does that sound familiar?
That is correct.
Thank you. So gas continued to be consumed at that address in Avon even after that customer stopped receiving bills. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I should clarify, after that move-in reversal, there was no, the company wasn't sending bills to that Avon address to the customer who had requested the connection for some time. Is that correct?
That is correct, although we did issue occupant letters, which would be addressed to the occupant of a residence saying that we do not have service in someone's name at this residence, but there is gas being consumed, and that if you are the proper owner or residing at this residence, please call to establish service.
Thank you. And that the gas continued to be consumed at that location from April of 2022 until January of 2023 before the issue was before the kind of customer was located. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So that was a 9-month period where the gas continued while the unregistered meter would continue to be unregistered.
In this instance, which would very atypical scenario where we have a new service and there was a clerical error. Yes, that did occur.
Okay. And actually, since that meter was installed in February of 2022 and the company wasn't able to investigate the situation until January of 2023, it was 11 months of continuous use without payments. Is that correct? I can clarify. Did you testify in the hearing I just mentioned that the company, quote, investigated the situation in January of 2023, unquote?
Attorney Will, if you, can you just clarify what you're quoting from?
I'm quoting from the transcript from the docket, which I can request as a WAV file. That would be easier. Docket 230926, the hearing on October 13th, 2023. I'm referencing page 74 of that transcript.
I don't recall every word that I said in that particular hearing, but I would assume that you're correct.
Okay. So gas flowed through the meter from February of 2022 until January of 2023 without the company receiving payment for that gas?
I think that's asked and answered. I think he said he doesn't recall specifically, but if it's in the transcript, we would have to review the transcript.
Okay, I asked a different question before. I had asked whether he had specifically said they investigated the situation in January of 2023. My question now is, did gas flow to that account from February 2022 to January of 2023 without the company receiving payment for that gas?
So when there have been payments made since, so right, so in theory, any customer who, so at the timeframe that you're talking about, yes, payment were not received, but we have rectified the issue, contacted the customer, resolved the issue, and we have received payment, and the account is currently current. So, I mean, I think that's an example of where a clerical error resulted in a unique scenario where the company was able to correct and recover the amount due.
Thank you. And as you said during that hearing, from transcript page 74 through 75, from the date that meter was installed until present time, referencing the time of that hearing, gas was flowing through the meter. It had not been turned off at any point. Is that correct?
Objection. He doesn't have the transcript in front of him. You're reading the transcript, so I think you can answer your own question.
Well, I'm just asking if he recalls testifying that at the hearing.
The witness could answer.
Yeah, yes, I recall testifying at the hearing.
Okay. So was that service ever turned off?
We attempted to turn off service. We sent a tech out to that address. The tech spoke directly with the customer, informed the customer that there was gas being utilized without a customer record. And after that point, we did place the customer's, the service in the customer's name after the customer had contacted the company.
Thank you.
And again, we have resolved the collections issue with that customer.
Thank you. And when was that text sent out to attempt to do that, to shut that service off?
I don't recall the date, likely within the transcript of that testimony.
Okay. Do you recall whether it was after January of 2023?
I don't.
Okay. And do you recall testifying during that hearing that there's no system that monitors for unregistered meters and that no alert pops up in the company system?
I don't recall that specifically. I do recall filing some amendments to testimony after that hearing, and I'm not sure if that was one of the amendments to a statement that I had made to correct what I had testified to.
Okay. Do you recall testifying that the process for locating unregistered meters is a manual process?
Again, if I said it in the transcript, I'd have to take your word for it.
Okay. Can you tell us now whether there's any kind of system monitoring process that registers an alert or is there any kind of systemic process for discovering unregistered meters?
I can clarify that.
Sure.
So there is a process in place. It's a longstanding process that the gas operations team has a report that is run on a regular basis that's reviewed, that indicates usage on a meter that's not assigned to any customer. And they routinely prioritize that list and then assign those work orders to the field so that they can be researched to determine if there is indeed a customer there, or if the premise needs to be, if the meter needs to be disconnected. So there is and has been a process in place for that.
Thank you. And how are those unregistered meters, like how does the company sort of recognize that a meter is unregistered in order to kind of populate the sort of list that's prioritized for that?
So the report originates from a different business area, so I could probably take a read-in to get the exact, origin of where that information is pulled from, but it essentially lists any premise that has, any meter that is showing gas usage and, how long it's been showing it. And you can see month over month, like if the usage is increasing or not. Some of them remain at zero, or low, very low numbers. So basically, that's the report that is able to be worked to prioritize and identify if there's a large amount of usage. They'll prioritize those and be able to then dispatch them to the field for an investigation.
Thank you. And how often are those reports generated?
I believe it's a weekly report, but again, it's at the gas operations group, so I will take that as part of the read-in to confirm. Okay, it's every other week.
Okay. Could I ask for a late file for a copy of that report? Just trying to manage the volume here. Maybe could I ask for a copy of that report? There's 2 reports filed a month, if it's every other week. Is that
Correct.
Could I just ask for a copy of the second report that was filed, that was generated in each month of the test year, 2020 calendar 2022?
So the second report of each month.
Yes. And could I also ask for the most recent similar report, or whichever, the report that was most recently generated to date, just that one?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, 1 second here. Okay, so late file exhibit 146, just to make sure I have this correct, provide a copy of this second unregistered meter report issued each month of the test year, as well as a copy of the most recent report issued.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Daniels, do you recall testifying during that hearing in October that at that time, at least, that at CNG, there were over 1,000 meters that were currently unregistered and using gas?
Again, if it's in the testimony, then I would, stipulate that I did say it.
I'm going to object to the question. We can't stipulate to what's in it's the transcript, I guess, speaks for itself, but he doesn't have the transcript in front of him. He can't, if you're asking him if he recalls, he can say if he recalls.
That is what I asked, actually.
I do not recall whether or not I said that.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask for the transcript from that hearing to be filed as a late filed exhibit, just so that it's in the record? That would be the October 13th, 2023 hearing and docket number 230926.
Yes. 147, please.
Thank you. Could I also ask, as part of the same late file, Mr. Daniels referenced some later filings that were intended to update the testimony from that hearing. Could I also just ask that those also be filed with the same transcript late file? Thank you. Mr. Daniels or anyone on this panel, I think I may have asked the gas operations panel the same question, but are you aware of how many unregistered meters are on CNG's system right now?
I am not aware.
Okay. I assume that, just to clarify, the reports I asked in the late file I had before the one I just asked for, would that show the most recent report I requested? Would that show the count of the unregistered meters on the system?
My understanding is it should show all of the unregistered meters having gas usage.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Daniels, do you recall that at the time of the hearing I keep asking about, acknowledging that the account in question is now has been paid, that at that time the outstanding balance on that account was $2,299.03?
Yes, I actually recall that amount.
Okay. Did that balance grow from that account before the billing issue was rectified, or was that the highest that account, the highest balance that account accrued?
That I don't remember.
Okay. You testified earlier that that particular customer did true up. I mean, is that customer's account in good standing now?
Yes, it is. I believe so.
Okay. So do you recall whether that customer paid the entire outstanding balance in a single bill, or do you recall like how the repayment process happened for that outstanding balance?
I believe I might have that information. Do you mind holding one?
Sure. We can also take it as a read-in.
So I think, you know, we followed some instructions, working directly with the OE and Pura on this particular customer instance. We did attempt to set up payment arrangements with the customer, in addition to providing a goodwill credit for the company error, as a gesture to the customer. The customer did not take us up on the payment arrangement. However, they did pay the account in full in one lump sum payment, and just you know, again, work directly with you know, EOE and Pure on this, in which, you know, there was a clear ruling in this case that there was no wrongdoing by the company in the way that it handled this again, atypical customer experience.
Understood. I was actually going to ask you some questions to give you a chance to explain. So when the company discovered this issue, they reached out to the customer and initiated a discussion about how to pay the outstanding balance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
On multiple occasions.
Okay. And that discussion included options for repayment other than paying the entire balance outright?
Correct. The customer opted to make payment in full.
Okay. And the company, even as I recall, and I think you just testified, offered that customer a credit of some kind. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the customer ultimately declined that credit. Is that correct?
As I recall, initially the customer declined the credit.
Okay. I was just curious whether the last I had heard was that hearing, so I was just curious whether the customer had ever taken it, but it's actually not. I'll retract that question. Do you have the date when the balance was paid in full? I can take that as a read.
We can do that read out on that. Yes.
Thank you.
Read in EE.
Thank you. I just have a couple more questions about a different subject. Do you know the circumstances under which a customer might receive an estimated bill?
A customer would receive an estimated bill if for some reason the network in place that reads meters is unable to obtain a read.
Okay. And is that estimated bill based on like a historical usage?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So would it be, for instance, if the estimated bill, if the system wasn't able to read a meter for usage in January, would the volumetric usage for the prior January be used for the estimate?
Typically, it's historical previous year's usage.
Okay. And of course, volumetrically, but tied to the rates that are in effect for that year, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And on just like to offer on average, 99% of plus percentage of our meters are read each month on the gas, for gas.
Thank you. Is there a situation where a customer might receive an estimated bill for 1 month and then in a later month receive a bill that's reconciling that previous bill to actual usage?
So we actually have a process that if a customer receives or is going to receive 2 consecutive estimated bills, we perform an outreach to a customer to afford them the opportunity to provide us with an actual read from their meter to correct or to alleviate the need for an estimated bill. But yes, also a customer, we could go back and correct an estimated bill based upon actual reads.
Thank you. So can a company manually visit a meter and read the actual usage from like a month in the past?
Typically, we wouldn't go on site to read a meter. We wouldn't deploy a resource to read a meter. A customer can provide a meter read. We have instructions on how to do that on our website. We can walk the customer through that if they wanted to provide an actual read. And also the next month when we do obtain an actual read would correct where it is up to date.
Understood. So hypothetically, if an estimated read for a January resulted in a bill of $40 and then an actual read turned out that the bill should have been $44, would a later bill would include that $4 additional amount with some item that explaining?
So just wanted to confirm, yes, so the next actual read that comes in would either if there was an over or underage in the amount charged would be corrected on the next bill.
Okay. I'm just curious how much historical data a meter can hold. Like if there was an estimated, there's a misread or a meter read error that resulted in an estimated bill in January, would that meter still be able to read the actual usage of that meter like 6 months later for looking back to January?
Well, so I guess the analogy that I can use if you think about an odometer, right? So at some point you received an odometer read, and then there's missing data, and then at some point you get the odometer read again, right? So it trues up the difference or the variance between the last 2 reads.
Understood. So there could be even though I'm recognizing that there's a process that's triggered after 2 consecutive misreads, even if somehow there were 9 instances in a row where the meter couldn't be read So it's as long as there was a true read at the end of that scale, there'd be a way to measure how much actual usage elapsed.
Yeah, at some point, you're going to see how much usage has elapsed since the last read, correct?
Okay. Thank you. That was OCC's last question for this, unless you had something to add.
I think we have an answer. Just hold on one moment. So just to satisfy, I think it was read in the EE on the date that the customer made the payment to resolve the issue. I think it was 78 Bronson Street. The payment to resolve the balance, a payment of $1,500 was made on the 13th of December, 2023.
Thank you. And OCC has no further questions for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and start EOE, please.
Yes.
Yeah. Expand.
Yeah, because I got. Oh, you did? I remember.
You don't remember didn't you have to take extra, didn't you have to take extra training? Or something?
I don't think I had. But I did have the fall.
Oh, IT. Okay.
That was like watching TV. Yes, I did this. It was like watching TV afterwards.
Jenny said something. Okay, we'll take our lunch break around 12:15, so.
Actually, that might work out quite well, because I was going to try to explain. So, the way we're going to attempt to do this is, it might involve a little more tag teaming amongst panels than usually occurs. We're going to try to do what we think is the CNG specific cross first. And then at a point later, one of us will tell you what the line of demarcation is, and we're going to transition to what we think is the cross that applies to both companies at that point. So especially once I say that, if we're asking a question at that point that you're thinking this doesn't apply to both companies, if you could speak up then and let us know that it doesn't, that would help us for when we get to the stipulation later. And I think Mr. Parent's cross lasts roughly 30 minutes according to his estimation. So that might give us a great breaking point. So he is going to start us off with CNG specific cross.
Thank you.
So I can almost say good afternoon panel, but I'm going with good morning for at least 10 more minutes here. Chris Parent from EOE. I really have questions on 3 topics, and I will put out there that these topics were generally already covered by some of the preceding panels. So if I do ask repetitive questions, it seems to be the theme when EOE goes last. I sometimes have the burden of trying to adjust on the fly. The first topic that I'm going to cover and specific interrogatory is EOE 327 revised.
May take a moment to pull that up. Thank you. I have it now.
So to ground the first part of the discussion, can the company confirm that the current revenue requirements include both the costs of the incremental employees to assume the 35% onshoring of the credit and collections calls and the cost of the outsourcing to I-Corps? So basically at present, there is some redundant expenses that would be eliminated upon the authority's determination of the correct path to take.
So I guess I would say that there are both the costs and the revenue requirements for the FTE required to take the 35% of the calls.
Yep.
In addition to the outsourcing costs, we have not modified outsourcing costs to the extent that it would be a reduction that's unknown.
Depending upon which decision is made.
Correct.
Okay. Referring to EOE 456 and EOE 456 is attachment 1, please.
Have the attachment up, just pulling up the response template as well. Okay.
So this question is really, again, another grounding question. So am I correct? And this was sort of already touched upon, so I'm just reiterating it to make sure that following questions are clear. Am I correct to understand that the amounts that were included are using the current I-Core rates, not the Alorica rates as would be impacted by the company's rebuttal testimony?
That is correct.
Okay, so with that said, I will have a number of questions. I think the best approach would be to keep the answers consistent with them, the responses always being tied to the current I-Core rates. I will have a different topic kind of correlating between the current I-Core rates and the future proposed Alorica rates. So I'm going to separate those two topics as some of the questions that I'm going to pose, if that makes sense.
That does.
Okay, thank you. So the purpose of the interrogatory EOE 456 was to understand the potential impact of the revenue requirements based on the authority's ultimate decision. That's what our goal was. Am I correct to understand that the company has already increased the revenue requirements for the 35% insourcing proposal by the amount that's included at the bottom of attachment 1? So at the bottom of each of the respective sections of attachment 1. So just to ground this one for CNG, it would be the row that references $1,023,440.41.
So that's not completely correct. What is included in the revenue requirement would be the salaries or costs associated with the CSR and incremental FTE support staff.
So how do I determine the amount that's included? So I know we have a baseline as is that is already in there. And the previous question that I asked was, did the company include the additional costs to outsource the 35%? I believe the answer was yes. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm trying to understand what the incremental amount was that was added to account for that.
So the incremental amount that was added to revenue requirements was the amount for the 14 and 17 FTE for CNG and SCG for CSRs, the incremental support staff. So those costs. What is not included but is in here is the offsetting costs of 106,000 SCG service related calls and 84,000 service related calls for CNG at a cost of $8.25 per call. That is not at this time in a reduction or addition in the revenue requirement.
So I think perhaps I'm confused. The revenue requirements, they currently include the additional headcount increases. If I went to the customer service panel, I don't have the page sitting in front of me, but the 25.25, I might be a little off. Those incremental employees are already included in the revenue requirements. Am I correct?
Yeah, yes, and understanding, of course, that only a certain portion of those incremental
Would relate to
adds
this.
are related to that, correct?
Okay, so the incremental employee counts to account for the 35% insourcing is included. We did not reduce the revenue requirements for the reduction in offshoring.
Correct.
So I guess when I'm looking at this table, on this table for EOE 456 attachment 1 here, what amount is in the revenue requirements in support of this proposal that would otherwise need to be backed off if the authority had approved your request? So I was under the impression that the proposed versus baseline as is would be the amount that the authority would reduce the revenue requirements by, as an expense that is, if they were to authorize your request. If I'm mistaken, please help me. I'm not quite following your, and I understand that there's offsets and whatnot.
Yeah, and I think the intent was to show an estimate of what the potential cost would be. And the final revenue requirement would need to be adjusted based upon authority decision.
So I think that's what I'm trying to find out. If the authority was to approve the current proposal, what is it adjusting it by? So the revenue requirements already have the increased costs. It has the current baseline costs as well. If the authority was to approve your request, what's the reduction?
So there's two things that would need to be modified in the existing revenue requirements. And I think I don't have the EOE reference. However, we did note that the forecast methodology used for revenue requirements varied from what was in the customer service panel's testimony. We did make note that we were going to revise that in our next cost of service update. That would need to be adjusted for what we now believe the volume of credit and collections calls would be, as well as we'd have to make a reduction of 35%. We'd also have to finalize the cost for the offsetting volume and incorporate that and make an adjustment to the revenue requirement based upon that.
Okay, so how about this? I'm going to change the question slightly. Can you walk me through what is in EOE 456 attachment 1? Maybe we just want to go each row so I can understand what you provided, and that might help to answer the question.
Sure. Should we go with line 14?
So I printed it off. If line 14 is baseline as is for CNG, if that's, then yes.
Okay, so we can start there. So the baseline as is cost assumes existing CSR headcounts. It assumes that the current vendor, ICOR, handles the credit and collections volume. For CNG, the anticipated volume is roughly 180,000 credit and collections calls. At the current cost per call, that would be 1.87 million.
So if I was to clarify, then what that means is it's the total cost under today's world.
Yes.
No changes.
As is, no changes.
Okay. So the next row down?
The next row down, recognizing that, and I spoke to this earlier, that when we endeavor to find out the number of FTE that we need to handle the work that we get, we go through a workload analysis and a staffing analysis, and we look at anticipated call volume and also anticipated call handle time. As displayed within the customer service testimony, we illustrate significant increases in call handle time, which drives additional cost. So if we were to assume the volume that we would anticipate to receive, as well as incremental AHT additions, so longer talk time, we have to talk to customers for longer, that's more work, and as a result, you need more staff. So that's what that scenario is to represent. If we did nothing, if we left the credit and collections calls with the current outsourcer, if we left the current move in, move out calls with the current outsourcer, and just accounted for the staffing need that we would need with the resumption of hardship collections, as well as to account for the increases since the last rate case in handle time, we would need incrementally 13 additional FTE for CSRs at CNG and 14 additional CSR FTE for SCG.
So has this been included in the revenue request?
That is not, what is included in the revenue request is the last scenario. And only the CSR and support FTE are included in the revenue requirements. There has not been an adjustment to the outsourcing costs.
Okay, so I might come back to that with a follow-up question, but if I heard you right, then you said the last one. So that's the 35% in-source with credit with offset. So you're saying that the 2.897, bro,
That is correct.
has been added. So we previously, based on test year, we would have had the 1.873. Then did we add an incremental 2.897 or the net?
I think I lost you there. So are you referring to the specific revenue requirement? Are you comparing? So I don't know what you're comparing it to.
So walking through the spreadsheet, I'm trying to understand what the company has already included in the revenue request. And if I heard you correctly already, the very first row is the baseline. It's in there. It's the test year expense that would already have been in there. We talked about the second row. The second row you're saying has not been included, but will need to be added. You said the second to last row, the 2.897 has been added, if I heard you correctly. So then my question was, when you say that the 2.897 has been added, if I heard you correctly, does that mean that we added, the company added 2.8, I'm just going to say 2.9 for the sake of ease, 2.9 million to the revenue requirements, or has it added the net between the 2.9 and the first row, the baseline as is, which the math on that actually is the 1023, which is my very first question. I was under the impression that the company had added 1.023 million. So again, we could continue to walk through this in detail. I'm really just trying, and I'm thinking I'm going to be requesting a late file. I'm looking at Mr. Hurwitz over there, and I think he might be following where I'm going with this.
Just one moment. Mr. Parent, you quoted the 2.897 a few times.
Yes.
To the right. That 2.897, and I think this is where Mr. Daniels may have been struggling, it includes the outsource cost in the column directly to the left. And my understanding is we have reflected the incremental FTEs, but not the change in the outsource cost. So I see where you're picking up the 2.897, but I think that includes a change that was not reflected.
So the current proposal is which row?
What was proposed in the testimony was what would likely be 2.897 million.
Okay, so that was proposed in the testimony. That was added to the revenue requirements to achieve that. Is that a yes?
One moment. Apologies about that, Mr. Parent. Thank you for the patience. Revenue requirement reflects the incremental FTEs of the last row, but not the outsource costs.
And I guess the question that you're asking is this all the specifics of this scenario, which is meant as an estimation for a cost, is that included in revenue requirements? And the answer to that is no, only a portion of those costs were included in the revenue requirements. Because we're seeking approval for the proposal.
Okay, so I think I'm going to jump to I had a number of questions, and I think it might be more efficient for everybody to request a late file. What I'd like is just a very clean late file that outlines the impact, which could be a plus or perhaps likely a minus to the revenue requirements under the different scenarios that were listed. So when the authority ultimately makes a decision, we clearly know what the impact to the proposed revenue requirements are.
I understand.
And are we still on EOE 456 attachment 1?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, 1 second.
Okay, so that would mean late file exhibit 148. Refer to EOE 456 attachment 1, outline the impact to the revenue requirements under the different scenarios listed.
Yes, Chair.
Would that be to the updated LFE1 revenue requirement?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So would that be to the updated revenue requirement that will be filed?
Great question. Are you suggesting making changes to these? So put another way, if I heard you correctly earlier on, the 893,000 was referenced on the second row. So I believe it was row 10. Sorry, I'm going off the piece of paper here. I believe you were saying that that was not yet included.
Mr. Parent, as I understand it, you're seeking what is the revenue requirement effect of approving or not certain of these scenarios relative to what we proposed? And I think Mr. Vaughn is highlighting it might be best if we submit this at the same time as LFE1, so we can synchronize it with our most updated revenue requirement. EOE 544 which listed the changes to the revenue requirements that we've already identified in discovery, included a couple of changes related to this.
So I have no objection to that. I just want to make sure that I want to understand the impact of whichever decision it is on the revenue requirement. So what the overall revenue requirement is less relevant as much as what the change would be.
I understand.
Understand. If I'm understanding, I'm gonna make the due date May 17th because understanding that the relative differences doesn't ultimately matter to what the final revenue requirement is. What I'm hearing you say, Mr. Horowitz, is that you've identified changes to this exhibit. So we do need to update this exhibit in order to get that accurate.
What I was trying to describe is I think the relative change relative to what we initially filed would be slightly different from the relative change to LFE1.
Okay, so I'm gonna make this due May 17th.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Why don't, do you have a follow-up on this? Because otherwise I was just gonna take the lunch.
No, my next topic will relate to this, but I can wait.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take our lunch break and we'll come back at 1 o'clock, okay? Okay, any administrative matters before we resume?
We have none.
Okay, then, Mr. Parent, we can resume with your cross, please.
Thank you. I guess now I can say good afternoon. I'm going to move on from the previous, the 35% insourcing topic. I just wanted to make sure that we were grounded on the late file. That's the numbers that we're going to receive are based on the current I-Core rates, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. So moving on to the next topic, I'm actually going to refer to the I-Core versus the Alorica transition. So my first question is, does the company have an update on the Alorica transition that was referenced in the testimony?
I do. We have a plan in place for the gas class. Calls and classes have been scheduled and are ready to go at Alorica. We are currently training their trainers here in Connecticut, and that's going to wrap up in the next couple of weeks. Then they will travel back to León, Mexico, where they will do some training. And the entire time they're with one of our trainers, and they're going to be certified all the way through. We got to watch them train a class. Then for gas, I believe we have 2 subsequent classes after that that will get us, 3 classes after that, which will get us to the FTE count.
So when will the training predominantly be completed?
Looking at the end of September.
So prior to the beginning of the rate year?
Correct.
Why, when the training is completed, how much of a gap in time is there between when the training is completed and when they actually start taking calls?
They immediately, once they are done with training, they spend 2 weeks in nesting where they're just taking so many calls. And so we really have to be careful how we filter them calls. It's going to be a partnership with I-Core Internal and Alorica to make sure that everybody's in the place and we can filter them calls, knowing that they're ready to handle them. But I would say it probably takes another 3 months before they're up to speed, 3, 6, 9 months, but we will continue to overhire to make sure we fill that gap.
We're going to be doing this a lot. I apologize. Is that training for move in, move out, or is it for credit and collections?
Credit and collections.
Do you have a contract in place for Alorica with credit and collections?
We have an MSA, governing MSA that covers a lot of it, but we are in the process of working on an SOW, and that's taking longer than we thought. So we're looking at signing an amendment letter here any minute, days, less days than that.
Well, so we would like to get the amendment letter in the record when you
Yes.
sign it. Is that, I'm not sure if we can create an LFE, a pending LFE in that regard.
I'm sorry, when's the date that would be available?
I don't have an exact date. We thought it'd be signed by now, but we're still going back and forth. So it might be signed as early as tomorrow, but I can get that to you.
Do you have reason to believe it would be signed before the close of record, before the LFEs are due? Based on what you're
Yes,
saying?
yes, yes.
Okay, so in that case, we can make 149 to provide a copy of the signed agreement with Alorica. Is that what you're looking for?
So I gathered you said it's not a complete, it's just an amendment letter for the minute?
Yes.
Okay.
And there are no major changes, based on the MSA. So this is to kind of buy us time till we can finalize an SOW. And that is probably going to take another 30, 45 days.
Will the amendment letter have costs in it?
Yes.
Okay, so provide a copy of the amendment letter with Alorica. And I will mark that due as May 17th, just in case.
And I just want to make sure to clarify, the master agreement you're talking about is the one that was filed as an exhibit to, okay. And you're using the costs, the training costs and everything that's based on in that
Correct.
agreement? Okay, thank you.
You said the new amendment agreement will have new costs contained in it, or they're the same cost?
Even if they're, yeah, it's still 40 cents per minute. So it's still listed on there, but
Good, all right. With that backstop, I'm now trying to figure out which of my questions just went away. So referring to EOE 458, just to refer to the interrogatory to ground us all. Yes.
I have it pulled up.
Okay, so this interrogatory basically states that the current contract is still in place. Everything that we just discussed with regards to the amendment letter will be a late file. The pricing per minute that's referenced in B. So the price per minute for the MIMO calls will be the same for credit collections. Is that still accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Has the company worked out average handling time requirements, or is that just simply going to carry forward for what previously was used for I-Core?
Yeah, we're using the same
Okay.
historical.
So I'd like to request a late file, and this one perhaps might be a little challenging. So I'd like a late file that compares the existing I-Core rates to the Alorica rates and details the rates, average handling time, projected credit and collection call volumes as aligned to EOE 456 attachment 1, and the overall calculated costs. What I'm trying to understand is transitioning from I-Core to Alorica appears that it's going to result in a reduction to the revenue requirements. It'll, if I heard you correctly at the beginning, the training will commence prior to the rate year. So I'd like to understand what all of that entails. And then if there are any incremental costs that were not already included in the revenue requirements, I'd like that broken down. So basically, I'd like a complete picture of what this does.
Can I just add, sorry, there's, it will result in the ultimate reduction. We just don't know when. So the timing, there's so many variables that contribute to the timing of the reduction.
Sure.
So it takes X number of months to train the associates taking the calls, then it probably takes another 6 to 9 months to get them fully productive. During that time, you're still going to need redundancy, people taking the calls today. So you're going to have what we call a bubble cost, right? Both parties taking the calls. Then ultimately, we will draw down the I-Core outsourcing and ramp up the Alorica outsourcing.
So I would assume that the late file could include some sort of an estimation for what those bubble costs would be, which should trail off. I think the record right now just isn't clear as to how the transition from I-Core to Alorica would impact the revenue requirements. And that's what I'm hoping to get an exhibit for that will allow the parties to evaluate.
Okay, understood.
Okay, so late file exhibit 150, refer to EOE 456 attachment 1, provide a comparison of the existing I-Core rates to Alorica rates, including an itemization of the individual costs.
And it could include any incremental increases that can be evaluated as well. Just a full comparison so the record can be complete.
That made me think of another thing. I apologize. Can we also get, it might be a separate one or maybe a part of the previous one, who's training during this time in the intermediate? How many hours of training it's been and the cost of the training and whatever the training materials are for the new? the training materials may be in the record, so a reference is okay if that's what you're using, otherwise the training materials.
Just to clarify, would that be a separate late file it probably makes sense.
I'll defer to the chairman.
I'll make that late file exhibit 151 to provide a copy of the training materials, schedule of training, and
Costs and who's performing the training.
costs. And training, during the, switchover
Transition period?
during the
Yeah.
transition period. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to move on to the next topic, and this is actually the last topic that I'm going to cover before I hand it off to my colleagues. The topic is the low-income discount rate. There was a number of interrogatories that were issued, and I'll touch upon a few in a minute here, that was intended to understand what the impact would be if caps were implemented. And as we were reviewing all the responses, I have a number of questions that I'll pose, but it's unclear if we actually obtained what we were requesting. So let me start by referencing EOE 370 and specifically EOE 370 Attachment 1 and EOE 461 Attachment 1.
My apologies, Mr. Parent. I missed the second data request you referenced.
461 Attachment 1.
Thank you.
Both of the attachments are very similar. It has similar data on them. My question here is, can the company clarify what the average usage is for both hardship and non-hardship customers?
These attachments were prepared by the rates panel. I know I'm listed there, but I think it was just some questions when I worked with them related to hardship customers and percentages and our experience with UI disc LIDR.
So I did hear that there was a lot of cross references for the authority staff to that panel, and I don't mind posing my questions there, but at the expense of missing a question now.
Yeah.
If I can go through the list and then.
Absolutely.
All right, so subject to check or per your interpretation, I guess, would you agree that the hardship averages that's referenced, for example, on 461 Attachment 1 is 123.6? Does that appear right to you?
Can you, where is that reference?
It's on line P9 of the Excel spreadsheet.
I can't confirm that, unfortunately. So I see the number you're referencing. I would have to defer to the rates panel for that.
Okay. On that same row to the left, do you see it's referenced as MCF?
I do.
So would this panel know that the reference of MCF is the equivalent of 1,000 cubic feet?
That's correct.
Okay. This document also references it as normalized. Is this a question for the other panel? I'm trying to make sure I understand what normalized means.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to move on to EUE 463 attachment 1.
I have it.
So this attachment, the attempt of this request was to understand the actual hardship usage. So this is only hardship data. And it provides both the 2022 and the 2023 usage in CCF. Slight difference between the MCF that we saw in the other exhibit. So I'm trying to make sure that I understand what I'm seeing here. Can the company clarify that CCF is the equivalent of 100 cubic feet as opposed to MCF being 1,000?
It is my understanding.
Thank you. This document includes negative rates. If you want a specific row, I printed off a few as examples. Excel row 21407, which is customer number 21394, has a negative 2022 usage. Sorry, I'm looking at SCG. Apologize. I'll take that one back and use a different example. Excel row 2278, which is customer number 2265, has a negative usage of 1762. Guess I'm hoping to understand what negative usage would be for a customer.
I'm not sure what that would reference.
Is that also a question for the other panel?
Either the other panel or we can take a read in.
I'll hold it for the other panel. In the meantime, it gives you.
The other panel did prepare this chart.
Okay. Again, I'm going to ask my questions because I think it'll help to make the next panel a little bit more efficient anyway. When I look at this exhibit and I just take the CNG, I take the number of unique accounts on the very first page of the attachment 1 and the usage, and I do some pretty basic division of usage divided by unique accounts. The calculation I come up with is an average of 833.3. I guess my first question is, does the company agree with that basic math?
So Mr. Parent, you took
The 2022 total usage and then divided it by the unique accounts in 2022 of 27,413.
doing the math now. I found the same answer.
Okay. So with an average of 833 CCF, I'm really trying to reconcile how that equates to 123.6 MCF. It's a significant increase to get to the 123.6 MCF. Does this panel have any idea?
I do see the disconnect, but I suspect that might be best addressed by the rate design panel.
Totally understand. I'm just going to continue because it'll make the next cross efficient as well.
I appreciate it.
I'm going to refrain from a few of the questions because it's now getting into the weeds that won't add much value. But so on the CNG, when I look at the CNG file, and I'll be more specific, it's EOE 463 attachment 1 for CNG. Customer number 24284 has a 2022 total usage in CCF of 11,144. If our math was just right and the average is about 833 up to as high as the 1,200, equating the other page, this one seems 11 times larger, perhaps, maybe a little bit different. I guess my question on this is, has the company done anything to verify the accuracy of what was provided here? Or more importantly, the accuracy of what was billed to this specific customer?
I do see the differential, but again, I think that might be best addressed by the rate design panel.
Okay. So I will have a handful of, I'm not asking every single minute question, but in order for them to be prepared, I'll move on.
We appreciate it very much, Mr. Parrott.
Referring to EUE 415.
We are there.
So am I correct to understand that EOE 415 provides the updated estimated lighter discount inclusive of the DSS opt-out customers?
Yes, I believe that's true.
These estimates are using what CCF? Is it accurate on page 2 to assume they're using the 12 specific for CNG, the 1236 CCF per customer?
I didn't prepare that particular chart, so I would have to check with Mr. Marini
Okay,
on the rates panel.
understand. Again, I posing these questions.
No, understood. No, no issue at all.
I'm going to move to EOE 462. I might speculate the answer to this one as well, but my leadoff question is first, can the company clarify what was provided in this response?
EOE 462 was prepared by the rates panel.
Okay. Ms. Palella, are you on the rates panel as well? I don't believe I saw your name on there, and
I am not at this point. I
Okay.
believe I may be part of the support.
all right. I'm going to pose the question knowing that it's going to be deferred to the next panel, but I think this question might be helpful to be prepared for. So are the amounts using the averages of the lighter customers, or are they capping the amounts based on the averages? So I'm gonna spitball this one here. What we were trying to understand is what would be the impact to the lighter discounts if a cap was instituted? So put another way, anybody above a certain cap, any usage above a certain cap would not be subject to the discount. So when I look at that 11,000 CCF customer, well, that would mean that assuming the cap was at 833, any usage above the 833 would be at a full rate. That's what the intent of a number of interrogatories with this one here, kind of tying it all together, was attempting to get at. When I read the response, I was really unsure if a response was provided for that.
Just one moment. As you suspected, I cannot answer, but I do see your question.
Okay. I speculate what I'll end up asking for the next panel. It would be a late file to obtain the information that was originally looked for.
I understand.
Okay, I'm gonna hold off on assessing that late file and keep it
Yes.
with it. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry for and I'm actually going to hold off on my last question as well, because it feels as though it would be relevant to the answer to what I would have just asked. So I'm all set.
To what, well, they do a little musical chairs here. I just have two quick questions. So one's just clarifying it, but Ms. Palella, several of those things that Mr. Parent was asking about, you were sponsoring them and the rates design panel was sponsoring them. So since they involve the low income discount rate, I just want to make sure we're going to end up getting our answers. The rate design panel is prepared to answer those questions, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I guess my next question was, and maybe I misheard something that Mr. Parent was saying there, when he asked you about the 11,000 CCF customer, and yeah, you indicated, the panel indicated it didn't really have any way of knowing whether or not they were billed correctly. Is there, is there anything in place that flags a customer that would have usage that high to make you look at the bills and think? That's
Yes, there are billing controls where an exception would kick out for a customer whose usage was above what was normally expected, and it would be reviewed by someone.
Okay. And so then during that process, you don't have any way of knowing though if that particular customer kicked out in your usage then?
I unfortunately didn't prepare the chart, so I did not have an opportunity to look at that.
Well, and so when the customer kicks out in that regard, what is the process? What occurs? Do you look at the bill? Do you contact the customer? What?
Whatever is necessary. Hold on one moment. They basically would do whatever was necessary. If they would compare historical usage, if there was no obvious reason for it in the system, they could even send out a field visit to understand what might be happening. So it could be a myriad of options depending on what they find when they review the account.
Okay. Okay, I'll hold further questions on that till the combined panel.
Hi, good afternoon. Frank Algeri, EOE staff. Just a few questions for the CNG panel. If you could start with EOE 314, please. Very good. In this particular customer call to CNG, it stated that the customer pre-qualified for hardship but never sent in the documents. How common of an occurrence is that?
But I can only speak to that anecdotally. I don't believe we have an existing report for hardship claims where documentation isn't provided where we can get that granular. But you know, there are claims of hardship that happen on phone calls where the follow-up from the customer does not happen. You know, I'd be hard pressed to put a figure on how often that happens, but I wouldn't call it uncommon, if that helps.
You would classify it as a common occurrence?
I mean uncommon would be it does happen, I guess, often enough to be recognized that, you know, it's an occurrence.
And you said there's no reports. Does it happen enough for the company to maybe create a report to track this?
To just did some clarification, you know, we could put together a report which shows, you know, when a specific hardship lock was put on an account and whether or not it was followed up on. We anecdotally with LIDR from UI, there was a smaller prevalence of customers not following up to submit documentation.
So let me ask this sort of hypothetical question. If there were any tools that could be used to reduce the number of times this happens, where the customer doesn't follow up with their documents, would the company see a value to implementing such a tool?
Yes, we would. In fact, in recent conversations, we discussed whether or not there could be an additional communication to outreach to customers to let them know that we received an inquiry regarding their hardship, but haven't yet received their documents. So yes, the company would have a shared interest in that.
Okay. Just one last set of questions. This is on EOE 514, please.
Repeat the number, please.
Certainly, 514, 514. All set. The response mentions how the CSR missed the opportunity to ask income eligibility questions. Do you know, was this particular call the only occurrence where the CSR failed to follow company policies and procedures?
Is your question meant to understand if that particular CSR failed to ask?
Were there other occurrences where the CSR failed to follow your policies and procedures?
Again, just, I want to make sure I fully understand. Are you referring to this particular CSR or CSRs in general? Not
In this case, this particular CSR.
I see that the CSR is no longer employed with the vendor in this particular instance. To me, that would indicate that there was, it was either a voluntary separation or that the CSR was terminated for performance. So, but to say that was the reason, or if there were additional instances in which they failed to ask for documentation of income, it would be unknown at this time.
Okay, that actually was going to lead into my next question. Do you know if this particular CSR's employment was terminated due to their performance, or did they leave for other reasons?
At this time, we do not know that. I suspect that we could do a read-in to obtain that information.
Sure, let's get the read-in.
Yeah, and maybe at best we can get a yes or no. Some of this is this is an ICOR rep, and that's proprietary information, and some things we have access to, and we can ask, we don't ask reps to be terminated, but we can ask them to be moved to another program. So I can ask, but
I think this also might be a broader process and performance management conversation. So if you're leaning towards, do we hold our agents accountable for performance, then the answer is yes. And if we would terminate based on poor performance, the answer is yes.
Okay. You're leading into my next question, which would be,
Mr.
the read-in, I'm sorry.
So
Skip right over
I'm
that.
gonna mark that read in as FF.
And my last question here is, would any CSR's employment termination, can that be initiated by the company? Or is it a recommendation made to the vendor?
It can be initiated by the company and by the vendor.
Okay, so both parties in this case could say, we believe this CSR's performance is poor enough where we no longer want them employed doing this job.
That is correct. And it is, I would add, it's in the best interest of the vendor to take ownership of that without having us get involved.
Okay, thank you.
Still going on what we think is CNG specific cross, just for the record here. Kim White, EOE. But I don't have very many on that. So actually, before we get started on my few cross questions, I'm going to go back and revisit our customer we were talking about a minute ago with 11,000 TCF usage. Could we get a late file exhibit showing if you contacted that customer, what you sent them, please?
Is the panel clear on which customer we're referencing?
It would be helpful if we could cite the document and the row number again. So we're making sure we got the right account.
And
One moment, please. I'm sorry.
I think customer number was
Yeah.
referenced.
Yes.
And Ms. White, while you look that up, my recollection of Ms. Palella's response was that she didn't prepare the spreadsheet, so perhaps the late file exhibit request could be also to, in the first instance, maybe investigate that spreadsheet and confirm that that data is in fact correct, and then go to what you're asking.
Yes, that's absolutely fine. So then we can make this a multi-pronged late file if we want to, that we ensure that the data on the spreadsheet is correct. But that being said, if that customer is wrong, I would appreciate it if you'd verify every customer on the spreadsheet at that point. And as long as if you need to late file a new spreadsheet that way. But if not, if presuming that the data on the spreadsheet is correct and that we do have an outlying customer with that extremely high usage, could we get I'm presuming he somehow was flagged in your system with, or I'm saying he, I'm sorry, they were flagged in your system with that much usage. I don't know what the customer is. And that it showed up, that therefore you would have responded to them in some way and through the process that you were talking about there.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. We'll get the customer number and then we'll do the research and understand what happened.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm,
that makes sense.
I'm still not clear, like on the specific attachment or spreadsheet that we're referencing, if that, and the customer and the row number,
It's
please.
EOE 463, attachment 1. And our row number is 24297, which has customer number 24284, which shows 11,144 2022 usage.
Okay, so that is late file exhibit 152. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So just a few more questions relative to SCG or to CNG, I apologize. So you had stated in interrogatory responses that or let me take a step back. It seemed as if there was a procedural difference between CNG and SCG regarding who reviews and processes the hardship documents, and that CNG conducts the review themselves. Is that correct?
The CNG credit and collections team does review and process hardship documentations. There's a hardship administrator at SCG employed by I-Corps that does it for them.
Understand. I'll get to SCG in the next panel then. So relative to CNG, with the change to Alorica, will your in-house procedure continue, or are you looking at changing that?
As of right now, it would continue.
I realize this is going to be a rather open-ended question, but are there any other procedural, it seemed to me in looking at all of your responses that was probably the largest procedural difference internally between both companies and how they handle most everything. Are there any other ones that you know of off the top of your head that differ between CNG and SCG?
One moment.
The only other procedural difference that comes to mind is the setting up of what's termed, it's a technical term, technical master data when setting up a new connection for CNG. Currently, the gas sales team does that, where that is not the same process at SCG.
Okay, so for CNG, the gas sales team handles that, though, you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, so okay. So for interrogatory EOE 510, I'm specifically going to be referring to subpart E.
Is that E, you said?
E, yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have it.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the interrogatory was regarding processing hardship documents, and you state, and I'm going to quote here for a second, supervision is responsible for periodically monitoring employees. How often does supervision monitor this?
Well, they're responsible for monitoring the employees' work on a daily basis. So it's an ongoing process to make sure that their work is being practiced as expected.
Well, okay, but relative to the interrogatory 510 and the subpart E, that question was specific to the interrogatory asked about when a customer is pre-qualified for hardship and receiving the documentation from the customer and reviewing that. That was specifically, and your response to that was, and this is where I got to my questions earlier with the differentiation between SCG and CNG on who reviews the hardship documentation provided by the customer. So is there a it's daily monitor? What, is it daily monitored by the company, the provision, the review of the hardship documents by the customer? Does that make sense?
So in other words, are they reviewing every single day the work that the employee is doing to process those documents?
Yes, ma'am.
I would say that they're not reviewing them every single day, but let me pause and just discuss with our folks.
Before you do that, this might help. In a broader sense, do you have a procedure in place for some sort of process to review or ensure that those are being done correctly?
So there is a procedure that advises the employee how to process the work. It is relatively straightforward work. The supervisor will make sure that they're processing the work. If they have any challenges with the work, they'll answer the questions for them. They also do periodic retraining to make sure that they're using the materials that they have in order to process the work properly. There's not an assigned cadence to say, take these 3 items and make sure that they process them correctly.
Okay, so I'm gonna repeat back what I think I just heard you say at the end. There's no regularly scheduled monitoring of this.
To take the documents and say, did you process this document accurately?
Yes, ma'am.
Not at this time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just say that, supervisor, it's incumbent upon them to regularly check the work that their employees are doing, and they could have a myriad of different tasks that they're performing.
Thank you. For CNG, obviously specifically, and for hardship documentation specifically, do you have any idea how frequently a supervisor review may happen?
On a weekly basis, the supervisor reviews the work and sees the work come in and makes sure that the work is processed.
In work, do you mean specifically the hardship
The
documentation
hardship
or their work?
documentation,
Okay.
sorry, hardship documentation.
Thank you.
We're saying supervisors. Are we using that term literally, or who are the supervisors?
Literally, there's a supervisor that oversees this work.
Is this procedure or the way that this is handled, is this documented anywhere?
As far as the procedure of how to process the work,
That and the supervision thereof. I was gonna say, do we just sit there?
yeah, there is a procedure on how to process the work.
Okay, is that in the record? Do you?
It should be, but we can do a read-in just to double check.
Okay, thank you very much.
And just to clarify again, the supervisor we're discussing is a supervisor of all of the work, not just a specific hardship designation.
It's a collections supervisor who oversees a small group of collections employees.
So when they're reviewing the work generally, or if they were reviewing CSRs or the work being processed, we're talking all the work weekly.
They review all the work, but in particular, they pay attention to the volume of work that's coming in with these hardship documents because we know it's important on behalf of the customer to process them in a timely manner. And so there's a, special attention paid to that work.
Okay, I'm sorry. Do we have a read-in? Would be GG, but I just need to.
Yes, ma'am. I believe the read-in should be, we were looking for the documented process for the supervision, for the reviewing of the hardship documents and the supervision thereof. And if it's in the record, they'll tell us where. And actually, we'll go ahead and add, if it's not in the record, can we change it to a late file and get it in the record?
Yes.
One more set of questions specific to CNG. You had a discussion with the OCC earlier regarding a specific customer and an unregistered meter. And in response to them, if I heard you correctly, you were saying that you run a report and you analyze that regarding unregistered meters, so to speak. Is there a written procedure regarding running that report and analyzing it?
I would have to defer to the gas operations team, but I can check that and we can read that in.
That would be perfect. So, and maybe this was a question for the gas operations team, I apologize, but you said that when you, well, actually, does the gas operations team run the report, or does customer service do something with the
The
report?
gas operations runs the report.
Does customer service do?
Service team, sorry.
I'm sorry, I apologize, go ahead.
The customer service team assists with the workload in the field. So the gas operations team field resources handle any outside meters. And there is work assigned to a collections field group for inside meters.
So the read-in HH was Attorney White.
The written procedure, if the written procedure is in the record regarding the running the report, and I'm presuming what occurs would be in that procedure, like what that triggers when you run the report.
Yeah, we can check and see what's available.
Sorry, go ahead.
The ultimate review of that report, though, would fall to customer service because communications would go to customers if it was unregistered, or did I misunderstand?
No, it's a gas operations initiates the report, reviews the report, and then assigns the field work. There's no one to contact because there are automated occupant letters that go out. Those are automated.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So then in the instance of the customer that OCC was asking about earlier, I believe I heard you said that the customer had an outstanding balance of more than $2,000. That customer service never gets brought into that discussion or to do anything with that?
The customer that Attorney Wheel was talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe that was the balance once we discovered who the customer of record was, and the customer was then billed after finding out Is that me? No. Does that make sense? So there was no customer of record. The research was done, the customer was identified. They then, based on the information the customer provided, billed the customer based on when they moved in, and then they had a bill as a result.
Okay. So at the moment, we think we are transitioning to the questions that are going to be universal for both companies. And Frank, do you want to start? Do you want to go? That would start. It's easier.
So these questions are going to apply to both companies. I want to pick up where I left off when I started. I referenced EOE 314, which is about the customer being pre-qualified but not submitting their hardship documentation. And I asked the CNG panel how common it was. I'd ask the SCG company first before I get into the combined part. How common is it for the SCG company?
It's one, yeah, just combined.
Yeah.
Procedures.
We would have a similar.
Could we restate the question, please?
Let me withdraw that. So the question for both companies would be, how common is it that customers don't follow up after pre-qualification to submit the documents?
Yeah, it would be relatively uncommon that they're not following up.
Okay. And if I could bring your attention to EOE 235, please. The question had to do with have the companies ever considered issuing immediately at the time of a call, an email to the customer with the company's contact information, where they can send their hardship documentation, email address, or fax number. In the response, it states that the companies have considered the ability to send an automated email. Can you tell me what was discussed during those considerations to implement that?
Yeah, sure. So as we continue to try to enhance customer communications, we look at processes where perhaps there's an opportunity to improve. And we have talked about the ability, when a customer calls us, to do a follow-up email with a link to additional resources, so that the customer, if they didn't understand what was the information that was given to them on the call, they'd have an additional resource to either follow up, take their own time to gain an understanding of how some of these programs work, links to other resources. So that's something that we have talked about on an occasion amongst the customer service team, including the digital team, and ways that we can enhance that and provide more proactive communication to customers post call, so that they understanding that, when a customer calls us, within 10 to 15 minutes, we're trying to explain all these programs and all the help that's available to them and how difficult it is for a customer to walk away and remember all of that. And I think we see that as an opportunity to enhance the communications for those customers rather than maybe just directing them to a website, but to do a better job of putting that information directly in their hands post-call.
Would this be considered a tool that would help reduce the incidence of customers not submitting their hardship documentation?
I suspect it would help to improve that and also improve education for customers on the programs and other options that are available to them to help achieve energy affordability.
Thank you.
I'd like to, sorry, I'm sorry. I would
I'm
just like to
sorry.
add something here. So in a perfect world, we would love to be staffed to reach out or provide outreach proactively and a white glove treatment, especially for our most vulnerable customers. Unfortunately, we are staffed to be proactive, really to respond to our customer inquiries. I think as we introduce technology, automation, as we introduce RPA, robotic process automation, and even include some of our AI functionality for some of these customers that we've identified as our most vulnerable, we would love to get to a point where we are proactively reaching out via email, via text, or whatever the customer preference is, could be social media. But that I think and there are other utilities that have figured this out. And if given the time, effort, energy, and dollars, we could put into a very proactive, customer-friendly outreach program for these specific vulnerable customers.
Now, I've listened to calls for both companies, and correct me if I'm wrong, but part of the verification process for that customer is asking for a valid email address. Is that correct?
That is currently part of our verification process, yes.
All right, EOE 136, please. Within the response, it states that customers should not be instructed to contact the companies if making a payment at an authorized Fiserv or Western Union site. When making a payment at an authorized site, does that payment hard post to the customer's account?
The payment will eventually hard post. At first, it's soft posts, and the soft post would cancel any pending disconnection. And then that's probably the most important part of the soft post process.
And make sure I heard that correctly. The soft post would cancel any termination.
Any pending disconnection, yes.
Do you think there are any times that a customer should be instructed to contact the companies if they're making a payment close to that termination date? Maybe the day of?
Potentially, what would be more, what would probably be more appropriate would be to contact the customer, the company, if the customer was making a payment through a non-authorized payment agent, because we do not control how long those payments take to post, and they also do not soft post.
Okay, so for an authorized site, if a customer was making a payment, say the morning of the termination date, would that soft post cancel that termination?
There's some timing there, right? You know, but in essence, yes, if the payment is sufficient enough to clear the disconnect amount, and it's soft posted before the services are terminated, then yes, it would cancel that disconnection.
Is that 100% guarantee that payments made at a authorized site the morning of a proposed termination, that termination will be postponed?
Be hard pressed to call anything 100% guaranteed, but
That's our understanding of the process.
There is a slight possibility that a payment made at an authorized site the morning of a scheduled termination, that the soft posting might not cancel the termination?
Yeah, it might be best to confer with our IT group to understand the exact timing and where there might be an increased amount of risk in this process, and I think we could do that relatively quickly.
I don't think I need information on the timing. I just need an understanding if there is, even at an authorized site, if there is a hint of a possibility that the
that's-
soft posting won't cancel the termination.
The system is built in order to do that. So that is how it was programmed and built, and that's our understanding of how it works, is that it's basically the payment comes in, the soft post triggers right away, and then updates the SAP system accordingly.
And I guess the other point to make is that, and this is a soft post will also automatically start the reconnection process as well. So in the event that there was a scheduled disconnect and a soft post is made sufficient of payment, that the reconnection process would automatically be started.
So let's turn to unauthorized sites. If a customer was making a payment in an unauthorized site, how does it differ from a payment made at the authorized site? Would that soft posting still cancel the termination?
So there wouldn't be a soft posting with an unauthorized vendor. That's the benefit of using one of the using the authorized payment agents. One that they're readily available in throughout the community. We've got 2 authorized payment agencies with Western Union and Fiserv. And there's no fee associated with that, as well as it does use the soft post process, which has benefit to the customer. Generally, our CSRs are, well, not generally, our CSRs are instructed to advise customers to use authorized payment agencies to avoid the risk associated with using a non-authorized payment agent.
And because of the network that we have, there are hundreds of locations that they can pay, including Walmarts and, very commonly traveled locations. But yes, it's pretty consistent over the years that we advise customers not to use unauthorized agents because we have no control over how quickly they send in those payments.
Or any fees that could be levied
Right.
to the customer.
The customers essentially probably paying a fee at those locations.
And the customer that uses the unauthorized payment site, are they being told specifically if you make a payment the day before or the day of a termination? Are they being told there is risk involved in that this payment may not be posted in time?
I mean, quite frankly, it could be a week before that they're at risk because you can't guarantee. So our representatives always encourage customers to pay at an authorized location or use one of our, self-service online or pay over the phone.
Understood, but are the customers being specifically told that when making payments at an unauthorized payment site, that there is the risk?
We hope that we have the opportunity to tell them before they do that, but in the event that they do make a payment at a payment agency that is unauthorized, we could and generally do ask for information from customers, is specific to like a receipt number, so that we can take action on the account to avoid disconnection. And often in those cases, we would hold the account until the payment posts.
But it's not written anywhere about unauthorized payment sites, is it?
Written within the training documentation?
For the customer's benefit, is it anywhere in writing that notifies the customer about the risks involved in making payments at an unauthorized site the day before or the day of a termination?
Yeah, so I think what we do say is we're very, very clear on where the authorised sites are and what those options are. And we do note to avoid additional fees, delayed payments, please use these locations. So that's clear to customers in our communications.
But it's not specifically written, here's the risk if you don't use an authorized site.
Subject to check
It does actually say to avoid additional fees and delayed payments.
Okay.
Yeah.
please utilize the pay locators.
Let's move on. EOE 139, please. What is the company's procedure for termination notices returned from the post office as either undeliverable or address unknown?
One moment.
So if a post office return occurs, it is delivered at some point to the company's representatives in the customer care departments do review the return mail and attempt to correct the address to avoid mail delivery failures in the future.
Is that termination canceled upon receipt of that undeliverable termination notice?
Yeah, unfortunately, with the cycle that it takes for mail to be returned, it may have already been disconnected by the time that we get the mail back from the post office.
If the termination notice is returned from the post office prior to the effective date of the termination, is that termination canceled?
I don't know that I've come across that specific instance. But I do know that in addition to the notice that goes out in mail, we do also make an outbound call to customers prior to the disconnect.
How common of an occurrence is it that you receive termination notices back from the post office?
It don't have tracking on the number of termination notices versus invoices versus other correspondence to customers.
Is this relatively uncommon?
So I guess I'd have to. Yeah. Right. It was, so, I mean, understanding that we also get return mail back for invoices, right, which go out before termination notices and endeavor to correct those when we get those back. You know, in terms of the number of bills, termination notices that are generated on an annual basis, I would call it uncommon.
Okay, let's move on. If you could, I want you to take a look at three interrogatory responses, EOA 141, 142, and 144. All of these responses, or excuse me, all of these interrogatories were regarding estimated bills and estimated billing procedures. Within each of these responses, they state that the company intends or is planning on updating a number of the billing procedures. Can you tell me if all of those updates have been completed for those three interrogatories that I've referenced?
Yeah, all of the procedures have been brought up to date, and to my knowledge, that was included in those updates.
Okay, thank you. EOE 152, please. When do the companies expect they'll reach a decision on whether to resume security deposits from commercial industrial customers?
I don't have an answer to when that would be as of right now.
Still in discussion?
Yes.
Any estimated date?
I do not have one at this point.
EOE 234, please. when a caller is speaking with credit and collection, does the system the CSR is looking at calculate the correct payment for that CSR?
Can you be more specific when you talk about calculate the payment?
Say we have a customer that is looking to reinstate an MPP payment arrangement. Does the system tell that CSR how much is missing and how much that customer needs to pay?
The CSR would have to go to a screen within the CRM, the customer information system, in order to see a list of receivables and understand the budget amount as well as the amount that was received, and would have to calculate the difference to advise the customer what was needed to be made to make up the payments.
So that process is not automated. It's up to the CSR to make those
That is correct.
calculations. Okay. And would that apply to any type of payment arrangement, budget billing, flexible payment arrangement?
But I don't know that would be necessarily be applicable to a flexible payment arrangement, but for budget type payments like MPP and for budget billing, they would have to do a calculation to convey to the customer what's needed to be made up.
Has the company ever considered automating these processes just to eliminate the possibility of the CSR adding incorrectly?
Yes, understanding that those would involve, programming costs to be able to do that.
EOE 240, please. Similar to what we were just talking about, when a customer is calling the company, whether it's credit and collection or customer service, does the system provide them with information that shows that this customer has financial hardship?
So there are a couple places within the system that shows that the customer has been designated with certain statuses, and hardship would be one of them. Yes.
Would it also show medical protection?
Yes, it would.
Would the system also show if they were on an MPP or any other budget billing flexible payment arrangement?
It would.
Would it show the status of any CAP award?
It would, again, within a part of the customer information system that shows receivables, they would be able to see any SEEP awards. Yes.
EOE 241, please. Are the CSRs trained that as soon as they hear a customer mention Social Security to begin the pre-qualification, the hardship pre-qualification process?
Actually, yes, but in addition to that, anytime that a customer, mentions difficulty making payment or have a past due amount, the CSR requirement is to begin the pre-qualification process. In addition to that, they should be listening for clues, and that would be indicative of a clue where they should be following up and asking additional questions to see if they qualify for hardship.
Would that include a query on the yearly amount received if it was Social Security?
Potentially, right? There's a couple of different types of Social Security income that that a customer may receive. There are certain automatic qualifiers with Social Security, so Social Security disability, if that's the only income source, would be an automatic qualifier. Social Security alone, however, is not an automatic qualifier. So yes, they would need to get a budget sheet as documentation for claims of financial hardship.
And I'm aware that there's a number of policies in the response to EOE 522. The attachments. Can you point me to any other policies besides what was included in EOE 522?
If you'll allow me a moment to just take a look at those.
Certainly.
Thank you. So subject to check, the intent of this response was to be inclusive of all the documents that were submitted in the records that contain that information.
And just one clarification. If a CSR is told that a customer, if the customer states they're receiving Social Security, are they trained to always query on the yearly amount of Social Security?
Again, it would be dependent upon if the customer indicates a particular type of Social Security or just states they receive Social Security. I think that would dictate what they ask for.
EOE 311, please. I believe you stated that the company representatives will have something in their customer information system that tells them that the customer is coded hardship, correct?
Yes,
And it will tell them if a CAP award has been received?
that is correct.
If there is no indication of a CAP award, will the representative instruct or educate the caller to make sure they contact the local community action agency?
Depending on the timing when during the year the customer contacts us, yes, they should be instructed to either apply for SEEP or to contact the local agency about their SEEP award. And they should be instructed when that SEEP award needs to arrive to make the fulfillment requirements for MPP to remain on the plan and to receive their matches.
So if your CSR has an indication that the caller is coded as financial hardship, are the CSRs trained to acknowledge that fact with the caller? Say, oh, we see that you're coded hardship.
It's not a requirement, but it certainly would be a best practice to confirm what is known with the customer at the time of their call.
And if they know that the caller is coded hardship, do they then work from there and finding the best affordable payment arrangement for that customer?
That's what they are instructed to do, yes.
EOE 521, please. This sort of works into what we were discussing in EOE 235. In the response, it states that the company does not have a process to initiate follow-up communications as a reminder to the customer. Have there been any discussions on creating a reminder system?
So there have been discussions for sure. I don't know that we've put a project plan or a draft around those communications as of yet, but as indicated in the response, you know, we see that as a potential opportunity. I want to continue to look at those opportunities.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set, thank you.
Thank you.
We're still going.
You know what? I think I'll pick up at a spot where Mr. Argeri was, just to help myself here. So generally my question is, help me understand what occurs in the process regarding if a customer is or is not automatically enrolled on MPP. So let's start there. So let's start with, what are the criteria to be automatically enrolled on MPP?
So enrollment in the previous year or receipt of a SEEP award in the previous year.
And to automatically be designated hardship, would that be it's the same criteria basically, because you have to be hardship to be on MPP?
Well, with the introduction of the DSS data sharing, that also automatically codes customers with a hardship status as well.
Okay. So let's say a customer is not automatically enrolled on MPP for that year. Can you explain the procedure at that point? I mean, for instance, does the customer need to get a SEEP commitment from the CAA to be enrolled on MPP?
Yeah, so what the instruction that should be given to a customer who calls us, during the period where they can be enrolled in MPP, the conversation should be with the customer service representative. There's a program that's available for you. It's our matching payment program, and here are the requirements. And they should lay out the phase one requirements as well as the requirement to visit their local community action agency to apply for SEEP, and they should be informed that that SEEP award would also be qualified to be matched as a payment up to and including or up to a zero balance.
Okay, so if I'm understanding that what you said there, then you could go ahead and begin MPP phase one without a SEEP commitment from the CAA.
Absolutely. So in order to graduate to phase two, the SEEP award would have to be received generally by May 1st, right? We have some manual processes in place for commitment files that come over post May 1st. But that's generally the instruction to customers that visit their local community action agency to apply for SEEP, and then we set up the budget amount for them moving forward.
So what about if a customer, let's say they contacted you either, we'll say in the summertime or at some other time, and they're on a flexible payment arrangement, and then they become designated hardship, does that automatically roll over to MPP? Does the flexible payment arrangement automatically become an MPP arrangement, or does the customer need to do something?
It's currently not an automatic process. There are instances where that could happen. If for some reason, and an example of this might be a customer who was on MPP the previous year, did not graduate to phase two, was subsequently placed on a flexible payment arrangement, they could automatically be placed on MPP that year. But currently, the scenario that you described, if a customer on a flexible payment arrangement is subsequently coded hardship, there's not an automated process that would move them to MPP.
Okay, so to do that, they would have to affirmatively request to have their payment arrangement transition from flexible payment arrangement to MPP.
So upon contacting us, CSR should recognize that the customer is on a flexible payment arrangement should attempt to pre-qualify them, and then upon pre-qualification should be instructing them that they're eligible for the MPP program, and advise them on the next steps in order to maintain status on that program.
So if a customer is on MPP under the current system, I'm using current because I recognize it's going to change soon. If a customer is currently on MPP, they stay on MPP until today. And then if they if they haven't received their SEEP commitment, or if they haven't made all of their phase one payments, they drop off of MPP, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do customers have to inform you that they received their SEEP commitment?
No, we receive files from SEEP and apply them to the accounts. The customer does not need to contact us.
So if you remove a customer from MPP due to lack of SEEP and you subsequently receive the SEEP payment, do you automatically place the customer back on MPP?
Yes, we would.
Does the timing of that receipt matter?
The timing of, the
The
timing,
timing of receiving SEEP.
would it matter whether or not we would put them back on the program? It should not matter. As long as we get the SEEP commitment, then they would be placed on MPP.
Okay, I just want to clarify that because in EOE 487, you state that you automatically reinstate customers through May 31st. It can continue past that.
I guess the question that I would have to ask is whether or not we receive SEEP commitments after May 31st. If there's instances of that, let me check on that. So our process would include if the community action agency were to extend their enrollment period, we would also extend our acceptance an additional 2 weeks to receive those awards. And if we do receive an award, we would place the customer back on MPP.
Just for my purposes, what do you mean if the CAA extends their enrollment? Meaning they did an application post May 31st, or what did you mean by that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's correct. If the community action agency extends their enrollment period beyond the May 31st deadline, we would in turn extend our acceptance.
Okay, so generally in your experience, that means you've received all the commitments that per applications that were done prior to May 31st.
By and large, the exceeding majority of the SEEP awards are received on or before May 31st.
Thank you.
So if a customer receives SEEP, then you give them a chance to make up missed MPP payments?
Yes.
If a customer has an account credit, does the customer still have to make 6 MPP payments on phase one to move from phase one to phase two?
Yes, they would.
What happened? And so the account credit, how would the account credit factor in, or would it just not factor in?
How would it factor into what exactly?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to picture is if a customer comes into an MPP season and they have an account credit, and you're saying that to complete MPP, they would have to make 6 payments or otherwise they're dropped off of MPP. So I guess I'm trying to picture a situation in which a customer came into the season with an account credit, didn't necessarily make all of their 6 MPP payments. And so therefore they didn't get any match. They were dropped off of MPP and they didn't their account, the account credit didn't, it didn't count, they actually, they had to make the 6 MPP payments to continue on MPP to get any match. The account credit doesn't account for anything coming into the season. Or it doesn't, it's not factored into their MPP payment amounts.
So the credit would be factored into the budget amount. So in theory, a customer with a credit could have their budget amount lowered to use up some of that credit in phase one. And also just a reminder that depending on when the customer enrolls, they wouldn't necessarily need to make 5 consecutive payments. Say, for example, they enrolled in March, they'd have to make their March, April, and May payments. So depending on time of enrollment, the number of required payments would vary.
So you spoke with authority staff earlier about the low-income discount rate and how SEEP applies to that. I was wondering if part of your answer to that question might depend upon whether or not the customer has an arrearage. Because it sounded as if in your statement, if I understood what you were saying to authority staff earlier correctly, you were stating when SEEP would apply. And I guess my question is, does whether or not the customer have an arrearage affect when SEEP applies to the low-income discount rate?
It doesn't have any bearing.
So then walk me through a customer who has a low-income discount rate and an arrearage and gets SEEP versus a customer who has a low-income discount rate, no arrearage and gets SEEP.
I don't believe there would be a difference.
What does SEEP apply to? Does SEEP, what is SEEP covering in that instance then?
Well, I don't have to have arrearage to get SEEP. Yeah. So a customer does not have to have an arrearage to receive SEEP.
True, agreed. But I'm trying to work out the different scenarios. So it seemed to me if a customer is on a low income discount rate and that customer has an arrearage.
Okay.
So I'm presuming then at that point that customer's been identified. So they're going to probably be in gas company. I'm going to assume it's gas heat. So we're going to say MPP, or actually it doesn't even matter going forward. But so they but their MPP payment amount would be their low income discount rate? Or would it not?
One more.
Yeah, I guess we're having a difficult time trying to understand the impact. And we envision a bill where there's line items, right? So we're envisioning your usage and then a line item credit for, whatever tier you're on, and whether it's a 50% credit or a 10% credit. And then in addition to that, you'd also get your SEEP award. And trying to understand the correlation that you're asking for.
With a SEEP award, so does the SEEP award apply toward their arrearage then at that point, if you had an arrearage?
Yes, it would be applied towards their arrearage.
And if they didn't have an arrearage, the SEPA award just credits their account?
It would be a credit, yes.
Okay. Okay. If the company approves the low income discount rate, how long would it be until you would implement it?
I just would want to check the, what we filed, but we believe it's 12 months, but I won't think we want to double check what's on the record.
You mean you need that as a read-in? No. Oh, okay, I understand, certainly.
Okay, so we're up to read in II, which is to provide the record citation. Or what, Attorney White?
If the authority approved a low income discount rate, when the company would implement it?
Oh,
I can save us a read-in.
okay.
It's in the direct testimony of the rates panel is, it indicates a 10-month implementation period.
Thank you. Shifting just a little bit here. Does the company track or the companies track if CSRs follow up with customers if the call warrants a follow-up?
So at the moment, we have a process in place where if a customer service representative needs to follow up with a customer, they should be tracking that through an Excel file or through an email with our vendors and then reviewing to make sure that those calls were followed up on. I think, we are looking to implement a follow-up process.
Okay. We have a follow-up tool that I believe we've commented on in one of the interrogatories, and I just need to double check the implementation timeline, but I believe it's scheduled for this year.
Okay, could you describe to me how the follow-up tool works then, please?
Yeah, it's a functionality of our customer information system, and you can basically tag the account and indicate that it needs a follow-up. And then that will trigger a notification to the user, as well as give the ability for the supervisor and manager to track those follow-up tool. And so it will trigger, like when there's a date arriving, that something needs to be followed up and it hasn't been closed out yet. So it enables to sort of automate the process that Mr. Daniel describes that's more manual now.
So when you say tag the account, would that be the CSR? The CSR has a conversation with a customer and they would need to tag the account
You
then?
basically would use the follow-up tool feature in order to indicate the date and what the customer, and then what the follow-up is and the follow-up date. And then that would trigger a notification to them to remind them that there's a follow-up, and then they would basically be able to status the entry to indicate that they've taken care of it. It can close it out, and then you have a record of that follow-up. Or it will trigger a notification to the employee and supervision to indicate that it's still pending and that the due date is upon you and that action needs to be taken.
Will that tool also be able to generate some sort of report about frequency and in response time or follow-up time?
It has reporting capabilities with it. I have not seen it myself, but I know it has reporting capabilities so that we can assess those things.
Do the same CSRs handle calls for both companies?
Would you be referring to in-source or outsource operations?
Actually, I was going to break it down and ask for both, so thank you.
So if our in-source customer service representatives handle the OPCO specific call type, CSRs at our vendor sites do handle calls for both gas companies.
Okay, so internal CSRs are company specific.
Correct.
Do you have the ability to route calls between call centers if one call center gets overwhelmed?
So there is routing capability to route calls between centers, yes.
Is that between internal and external call centers or just internal, external?
In the moment, so in the moment, we have, call allocators, which determine, what percentage of calls go to insource, what percentage go to outsource. And then also on our internal platform, any Avangrid network company insourcing operation, we could, for lack of a better term, put agents from any operating company into any queue of any other operating company and route calls to them.
Can I take a step back in something you said right there to make sure I understood it right? You said that you have the ability to transfer types of calls. Did I hear you that way to different locations? The phrase you used, I didn't quite understand it. So I'm paraphrasing. I'm probably not doing a good
Right.
job.
So I guess I could walk you through how calls are routed, right? So a customer comes in through our IVR and makes menu prompt selections. They're assigned certain attributes as they go through the call flow and assigned a call type or a skill type. Okay. Agents on our internal call routing platform are assigned skill types. So any agent with a skill type relative to that company and call type are able to take that call.
Okay. So with the switch to Oracle, will the IVR still route credit? Will the IVR system, I guess for some time, is it going to route credit and collection calls to both ICOR and Alorica? How will that work?
Yes. So within the call routing, we have allocators, which is programming logic to say, here are the sites that this call can go to, right? And you can allocate a percentage of calls to each site. So we could say, we want to retain 10% of these calls internally. We want 60% of these calls to go to Alorica, and then we want the remaining 30% to go to ICOR.
And I can say we use the same process for when we transition, move in, move out. So we have a plan, but we also look at it in real time and balance the volume through the process.
And so then does the system, when a customer is routed in through your IVR system and they're routed or flagged or whatever in some way that lets you know that it's a credit and collection call, are you asking the hardship pre-qualification customers, just of those customers who are routed into the credit and collections area, or are you asking those questions of every customer?
So any customer who indicates difficulty paying their bill or have a past due balance would be pre-qualified for hardship, regardless of where that call is routed. And if the agent who receives that call is not trained to handle that particular call type, they would transfer that call to a resource that is trained, whether that be an outsourced vendor or another internal agent.
Okay. So when you say in the IVR system that a customer, the customer is providing you some sort of information going into the system that is letting you know what they're calling you about, and that is in turn flagging for you how to route that call to the particular CSRs or to internal or external.
That is the current design of the IVR, yes.
Is it going to change or?
We will have some more flexible options with respect to call routing as we upgrade our call routing platform. But I can't speak specifically to all of the options that would be available. But that is, the current process is to be reliant upon customer input to be able to route calls.
Okay, so, so if you have a call and a customer is, being pre-qualified for hardship and they tell you that they don't have any income, what is your policy for that customer?
So we would instruct the customer to provide a zero income affidavit.
Sorry, I'm jumping around just a little bit here, but, so going back to Alorica, the calls that are going to be routed to Alorica, does Alorica have, an internal speech analytic capability?
They do.
So if you're going to be routing more calls to Alorica, does this in any way impact your request for speech analytic capabilities?
It does not. The speech analytic capabilities that we requested are for internal only. And we do want to partner with Alorica on their speech analytics capabilities as well.
Okay, so for the next questions I have here, I'm going to refer to specific interrogatories. So EOE 512, please. Now when you get there.
I have it.
So I was having a little bit of difficulty, to be honest, following this response. Could you explain to me your procedure for when a customer contacts you after May 1st and needs to submit their hardship verification documents? Actually, 512, you submit a revised response, and that's the one I was reading. I apologize.
Just to clarify, because I want to make sure it's responsive here. Should I be looking at 512 revised? Okay.
Yes, I presume.
And it'll just take me a moment. I was just refreshing my memory here. And can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just, I was ultimately trying to understand the process. Can you explain the procedure for me for when a customer contacts you after May 1st and needs to submit their hardship verification documents? I was having a little bit of trouble following how much of a hold is placed on their account, how long the hold is.
Okay. So the process that was being utilized was that within the moratorium period, which is November 1st through May 31st, there was a May 1st, I'm sorry. May 1st, there was a 60-day hold placed on the account for our customer to submit their hardship documentation. After May 1st, there would be no hold offered to customers.
No hold at all after May 1st.
Correct.
Let's see, could we go to, EOE 249, attachment 10. There are a lot of attachments to that one, so I'm looking at attachment 10 is what my questions are.
Attachment 10.
Yeah, 249, EOE 249, attachment 10.
I have it, yes.
Is this the document that's currently in use?
Yes.
Okay, so attachment 13 to EOA 49 did not replace this document. It works in conjunction with it. Actually, maybe Ms. Wyman had a good idea, or Attorney Wyman, I'm sorry, had a good idea. Would it maybe be easier if we did a late file in which you provided all of the documents that are regarding the call evaluations, I think is what I'll call it, that are currently in use?
Yes, I think that would be
Okay.
advisable.
Is it the call evaluation criteria or I'm sorry, I wasn't
Well,
methodology?
I'm hesitant to give it an exact term because one document is called a checklist and the other document doesn't seem to be entitled that. So I want to make sure that I get what are being used to evaluate the calls, if is that?
Yeah, I just asked that we get the date that started. So when the date each of the forms were what's the word I'm looking for?
Began to be used.
Began to be used, sure. And then if there's different for I-Corps versus internal, just which group uses each one.
It's the same, but
Implemented. That was the word.
I'll get that to you.
Okay, was there do we want to reference any interrogatories here, or is it sufficient to say provide all documents regarding the call evaluations used to evaluate calls and the effective date of such tools? Yeah, on the same page here.
That is sufficient for EOE purposes. Does that work for company purposes?
That's okay. Is the request clear?
Yeah, I was just going to offer just some insight into both of the documents that were referred to here. This is guidance as in terms of so I think this is framed as a quick hit sheet. So this is a tool for CSRs to help guide them through, or help supervisors guide them through scoring the call, as well as the checklist, which is, these are the things that CSR should be going through and making sure that they're hitting upon on each call.
So for any call evaluation, there's both the actual evaluation sheet and then a sheet to assist a supervisor in reviewing said call? I just want to make sure I understood you correctly.
Yes.
Okay, and so in that late file exhibit, can we have both and just have the corresponding of this is the sheet that assists the supervisor for this particular evaluation form?
Yeah, I mean, we have documents that assist the supervisor. We have documents that assist the representative to make sure that they're hitting all the requirements. And then we have the call evaluation form. So there's probably a couple of different documents, which we can provide them all. Just want to
We're
be
just looking for the
clear.
ones currently in use. So
Right.
I'm assuming
Yeah.
we're getting a handful of documents.
Yeah.
Okay. But please.
I just wanted to be clear because you said call evaluation, but some of these are tools used for the representatives and the supervisors.
Okay, thank you. As Attorney Wyman said, if you could indicate which is which, because from my perspective, looking at attachment 10, I would not have known that that was just for the CSR, as Mr. Daniels stated. It seems like that would be something that would be given to a supervisor. So if you could help us understand what each document is in that regard.
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, was that part of the same late file,
Yes, ma'am.
which was 153? Okay.
So I'm going to ask a follow-up question, but this might get covered in the late file. So EOE 261, attachment 1. And my question is, when did you start using that form to evaluate AgCore calls?
So this is the actual form that is used to do the call evaluations, and I believe this one went live on April 24th. I'm sorry, not April 24th, February. It wouldn't be possible. What?
Yeah, that one.
So this one was effective last year. We are constantly looking at it and looking to update it.
So would it be, is it a form that's currently in use such that it would fall into the late file exhibit and we would see the date that it went into effect and we'd see the form?
No, we would have an update.
There's an update. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So that'll be in the late file exhibit.
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay. Getting to another interrogatory. EOE 504, attachment 1. No, get there.
I have it up.
So I just want to make sure I understand. The column titled SL penalties, they're for service level penalties, correct?
That's correct.
So the only penalties due to call quality are those in the column labeled compliance, correct? Let's see. I'm going to jump you through interrogatories here. I'm sorry. CAE 11. So you stated in that interrogatory response that certain language had been added to the CSR script. Do you know when you added that language?
It may take me a moment to get the actual date that was put in place. Can I take that as a read-in?
Read in would be
Yes.
fine.
Okay, I think we're at II since I scrapped that earlier. So that is I'm sorry, I totally lost track of the request.
Oh, the date that they had said that they added language in from CIE 11 to the current CSR script, and I was asking when that was added to the CSR script.
Thank you.
If you could, where is that CSR script in the docket? And if you don't know, maybe we can just add it to that introductory. Or introductory, read in, thank you.
Just to confirm that the script that you're referring to specifically is,
I'm sorry, in CAE 11, the response, sorry, I can pull up the language, but it specifically says, IVR scripting was, I'm sorry, IVR scripting. So that's, when did you add? It was in January of 2023?
we added the language in the IVR in January 2023. And then as the response indicates, more recently, and I have to check on the actual date that we notified CSRs to begin undertaking this process, to read, before discussing payment arrangement terms, to read the script regarding the review officer process.
Right, yeah, that was what, I'm sorry, I referred to the wrong thing there. It says the company has implemented required scripting on CSR calls regarding payment arrangement terms. So that was, I was wanting to know when that was added and where that CSR script is. Is there a comprehensive currently used CSR script in the docket?
I don't know that it's in the docket, but it was recently reviewed in a training session that we had, and we can provide that as part of the record.
Okay, so would that be an actual late file exhibit then rather than a read-in?
Late file exhibit 154 is to provide a copy of a comprehensive recent CSR script.
Yes, and a copy of the currently used CSR script that reflects the language from CAU 11. And so will that script have a date on it such that we obviate the need for the read-in?
That was kind of refresher training. That wouldn't be the date that this was implemented. So we can, yeah.
It's CAE. Is it EOE 11 or?
Nope, CAE 11. Okay. We are heading into the home stretch. So let's see, now we're going to go to CAE 37. And actually, you might not even need the interrogatory for my question here. OCC asked some questions on the knowledge base tool, and you mentioned working with the vendor, is how I heard it was phrased. Will that knowledge base tool be used by it's only used by the internal CSRs?
Correct. We can, and we're thinking about looking at providing it externally, but it comes at a cost.
Okay, can we take our break, afternoon break, and we'll break until 3:20. Yeah.
Oh, really? Even though they're not like.
Anything before we resume? Okay, thank you. Attorney Wyman, you may resume. Or Attorney White, I'm so sorry.
Okay, I'm going to be referring to CAE 40 or 0. So in the response, you provided a list of resolved items within your top 100. But there's a designation in the chart there that 1% of those, they're in a line labeled LT/medical. Does that mean medical protection?
Yes. LT, I believe, stands for life threatening.
Does placing a customer on medical protection alone resolve the item?
No, the representative handling the inquiry would also be pre-qualifying them for any hardship programs. So it's a designation that something was done on the account, but it would also include that pre-qualification to see what kind of programs we could get them engaged in order to help with their bill.
So then for that 1% that's under LT medical in that chart in CAE 40, are they included someplace else under resolved items then?
Let me check on that with the group that handles that. One moment. I am challenged with the microphone. My understanding is that it can be included in the other categories as well. So whether they engage them with a payment plan or which would include a program.
It can be or it is?
It is.
Okay, thank you. Earlier, Mr. Argeri asked you about a specific CSR that was no longer with the company. Do you have a process to review calls after a CSR was terminated due to quality assurance issues?
No, we don't.
Okay. Bless you. So in EOE 283, you don't need to go there. You said that you haven't conducted an internal audit of iCore or Alorica. Have you conducted an internal audit of your internal customer service center?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah. In EOE 283, you stated that you hadn't, the interrogatory asked if you had conducted an internal audit of iCore or Alorica, and you stated no. So I wanted to know the corollary to that. Have you conducted an internal audit of your internal customer service center?
Attempting to pull that up because I want to try to understand the context of the audit that you're speaking to.
Are you referencing an audit done when a representative leaves or is terminated, or just in general?
So the question for EOE 283 was, has the company's internal audit function evaluated directly or indirectly the processing performed by iCore or Alorica? If so, identify when the review occurred. And the response was, no, as of this date, internal audit, which is a capitalized entity in this request, in this interrogatory, has not evaluated directly or indirectly the processing performed by iCore or Alorica. So what I was asking was, has it in the internal audit function evaluated the your internal customer service versus your external vendors?
So the company does have internal controls that evaluates whether or not procedures are being maintained. That's the audit that would be conducted. But in terms of an internal audit of the work being performed by customer service representatives, specific to the internal ones, no, an internal audit would not be doing that. That's the function of the quality assurance team.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand that. So you're saying that there's not an internal audit process for, I'm going to say not just CSRs at this point, but for customer service in general to make sure that customer service is following the proper procedures?
No, what I actually said was that there is an internal control that looks at maintaining procedures to make sure that we're updating and maintaining procedures relevant to the SOPs that are written.
Okay, so their functions are just more updating the procedures themselves.
But I guess trying to understand how the internal audit group would be able to audit customer service functions. And again, that's the function of the quality assurance group.
So when you say the quality assurance group, is the quality assurance group within the customer service umbrella?
Yes.
Is there any sort of independent portion of UIL or Avangrid, anything that looks at the customer service performed by SCG and CNG?
We do go through independent external audits. So there was a management audit done recently that which would include the scope of things done within customer service.
Okay, so but it was more of a global audit. You were saying it isn't specific to the customer service group.
Yeah, the most recent management audit was conducted across all organizations, not just specific to the customer service organization. However, they were included in that audit.
Is that audit in the record?
Know that we would, this panel would know that. Perhaps we can consult with others.
We would be happy to get it as a read-in or a late file.
Yeah, we will do that.
So then could we make it, I think as I did earlier, kind of a multi-step, a read-in if you can tell me where it is, late file if it doesn't happen to be in the.
This is for, what, I'm sorry, this is for the management, the Pura management audit, or is?
So based on the questions that we were asking there, it sounds as if the management audit is the only thing available that has audited customer service.
Yeah, I think we need to just, we need to consult with others to confirm when an audit would have been conducted. We need to confirm our information. So there has been management audits, but we just want to clarify whether they were gas company audits, whether they were just recently, or whether they were UI. We need to clarify because we weren't expecting the question. So we need to research it.
Okay, so Attorney Venora,
Yeah.
I make this late file exhibit. I think what I understand them to be, the EOE to be asking for is a copy of whatever the most recent external audit of the customer service function was, and to provide a copy of that. And if it turns out that that is the management audit, I think that's what they're asking for. So is that how you'd like to phrase late file
I think
exhibit
we need to
155?
confirm if there was a recent audit, or is it any historical audit is what's being asked about of the customer service functions? Just want to clarify the scope of your question.
I think I understand the request. We'll take it back. We'll take a light file exhibit and research what may be available and report back in the late filed exhibit with the information.
Okay, and I just want to clarify because I think we might have heard the word Pura audit used somewhere over there. That's not what we're talking about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, just for clarity, can you expound on, or maybe provide more clarity around what specifically or specific functions that you're referencing when you're speaking to an audit? So is it SOX related? Is SOX compliance?
I think
related?
that's probably part of our question is we're not sure what sort of audits are completed for.
Well, I was looking for something more along the lines of any sort of external or even internal group that isn't the customer service group, examining the functions of the customer service unit.
Okay, so I'm going to phrase late file exhibit 155 as provide a copy of the most recent independent external audit of the company's customer service function, if available. If there has not been one, then the late file response can be, there is none. Thank you.
Okay, just a few more. Regarding the new positions that have been proposed, will the lead analyst speech be analyzing internal or external calls?
Internal.
And will the customer care supervisors, will they be supervising internal or external CSRs?
They would be supervising internal CSRs.
And you asked for a couple of digital positions. Who's currently performing the digital work, or what positions are currently performing the digital work?
Could you rephrase your question? What do you mean by digital work?
Sorry, I need to pull up the exact phrasing. There are a couple of positions that were requested that regarded, apologize, I don't have the names of the positions right in front of me. But that were digital accounts positions that were. Who is performing the work that is being, let me rephrase this. For those positions, who is currently performing the work that would be done by those positions? Or is it not being performed by anyone?
It's incremental work that we wish to do, because we've seen, from a customer engagement perspective, our digital engagement now sits about just under 80% of all inbound contacts come through digital channels. We've done an absolute best endeavours to launch new capabilities to support that growth in digital, but we need specialists to come on board that have got experience in these areas to help support that growing customer need. And it's paramount and critical we get that resource.
Okay. So now I have a couple of LFEs I think I need to get. So regarding EOE 506B, B as in boy. So what we were trying to ask for in that interrogatory was the number of SEEP approvals by month. And we're not sure, did you provide the number of commitments or the number of awards?
One moment, we'll just double check. I believe as indicated at the top of the file there, it says awards received. So that is when the awards were actually received.
So then could I ask as an LFE if you could update I don't know if it's actually if it's an LFE or a supplement to this interrogatory, if we could have it updated to show the number of commitments received by month?
Okay, I'm gonna do, we've been doing this as a late file, so that's 156, which is to update 506, EOE 506B to provide the number of SEEP commitments by month.
Okay, so then I'm gonna have another late file request, or a clarification maybe. So in EOE 334 and EOE 390, we had asked for all of the actions that the company had taken regarding calls in the docket. I think it's possible that you might not have included the 174 calls that came in as EOE 1 through motion ruling number 6. So I guess I'm looking for a late file that either,
On the 174 calls.
yeah, basically, can we, the chart that you provided in EOE 90 or EOE 390,
Yeah.
that showed the call and then the dates of the
Yep.
ICOR action and then the dates of the company's action.
Yep.
Could you update that to include the calls that were
74.
those 174?
Okay, because we submitted the 302 and I think we were focused on the 302, but you want the original 174, which, okay, we
Right.
can do that.
Attorney Wright, you said the motion number ruling quickly. Could you say that again?
I believe motion ruling number 6 off the top of my head. Yeah, ruling on motion number 6.
Okay, thank you.
Those calls were incorporated into the document.
And is that for all 174? I know there were some interrogatories on a few of them, but you want them for all.
For all the calls, please.
Okay.
That was my understanding is what the response to 390
Okay.
gave as well. So could we get that as a late file, please?
Late file 177, 157.
And just to clarify a little bit further, so that And I'm trying to, I remember 390, but we provided coaching, training, customer outreach was a piece of that. Is that, you want all of that included?
Yes, sir. I would just picture you would do the same thing. You would just
okay.
continue the chart for 390 for those calls
Okay.
that are affected, that are applicable from the
All right, thank you.
ones admitted. And let's see. I have one more question. This is more of a clarifying question. Maybe someone can point me to it. EOE 76, attachment 20. It's redacted, but I didn't see a confidential version filed. Could you confirm where you filed a confidential version in an associated motion?
Yeah, in this circumstance, the company provided redacted attachments. It's stated in the footnote that it was redacted to remove affiliate information that's not relevant or associated with CNG and SCG. So the company provided all the relevant information relating to CNG and SCG in the attachment unredacted for the public record, but did not provide the version that would have other operating company information.
Could could we, I'm uncertain, I'm a little unclear as to how to do this as a late file exhibit, but EOE was under the impression that for items to be filed with a redacted version that they needed to have a motion and a confidential version. We just want to see the confidential version to ensure that the information redacted was for the affiliate companies. I don't know how to get a confidential late file though. Do we just file it confidentially and do a motion for protective order? Is that the procedure, Chairman?
Attorney Venora, do you have a?
How about if I confer with counsel and then we can come back with a proposal? Because if it's just a matter of conferring or confirming that the information that was redacted doesn't really, is all like other affiliate information that's not related. I think we can work out a way to do that and then report back.
Okay, thank you.
EOE 215. Now, this is a specific SCG customer, but I'd like to ask some background questions on terminology and procedures as they apply to both companies. So I've reviewed the response and listened to the calls that were submitted for EOE 215. In some of the calls, the customer kept referring to a meter lock. To my knowledge, a meter lock is something used to prevent the flow of gas. Is that what a meter lock is?
Yes, yes, a meter lock would prevent the flow of gas.
Would a meter lock be installed at a service location if there was no meter present?
Need to have a meter in order to have a meter lock.
So one is dependent upon the other.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a specific device or apparatus that a gas meter is mounted to at a customer location?
Yes, there would be.
What is it called?
Well, it depends. I mean, it could be a bar, it could be a manifold, it could be referred to in a couple different terms and depending on the setup and how many meters are being hung off the apparatus, it could be referred to as a couple of different items.
So whether it's a meter bar or the other term that you manifold, would those ever be installed at a location that does not have a service line?
Not intentionally. There wouldn't be a need to install a meter bar without a gas line attached to it.
So it's safe to say that a meter lock and the meter bar manifold are two entirely different pieces of equipment.
Yes.
Okay. And one last common question on this subject. When someone calls either company for service, do the company records indicate to the CSR if a service line is present at the location?
There would be an indication within the customer information system that gas is present at the location, yes.
So when that person is calling for service, there'll be something for that CSR to see if it's ready to be served.
Yes, there would be.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
I say with that, EOA is done.
All right. Thank you. CIUW Local 12924. Attorney Anamichi. Attorney Wright. Commissioner Karen.
Panel, earlier this afternoon, we were talking about EOE 136 concerning soft posts. And it was mentioned, we were talking about authorized sites for payments versus unauthorized. And he mentioned there were hundreds of locations that customers could use. Are these places in every town within the CNG, SCG territory?
Yes,
At least?
every town would have at least one location.
At least one.
And outside of the territory, because as we know, customers can be traveling, shopping, et cetera.
Right.
So they can pay at any of the locations.
Okay. And are customers provided a list at some point, or do they have to ask for a list of what authorized sites might be?
So there's a couple of different ways that can be obtained. One way is to visit the websites of either Fiserv or Western Union to obtain a location, and any of those locations do participate with us as a fee-free soft post way to make your payment.
Okay.
And those links are on our website.
Oh, okay.
If you go to ways to pay, it'll be
Ways to pay. Okay, perfect. And that can be used by any customer. It doesn't necessarily have to be somebody who's imminently in danger of.
No, anybody can
Anybody
pay.
can do it. Okay, I think that's all I had. Thank you.
I still have a quick question about these unregistered meters. I mean, we seem to have gone back and forth with the EOE this morning, and one was from February of 22 to January of 23. I just can't fathom how something went that long without some kind of red flag going up somewhere. I mean, the gas was flowing. I mean, what happened? I mean, how?
Understood. There is a procedure in place, as we described. There's a report that is generated and the.
Excuse me for interrupting. Who eventually paid for the bill? I was still unclear about that.
So the customer, once we identified who the customer was, he indicated when he moved in, and that's when we billed him from.
Mm-hmm. And did we, and I might have, is it on the record how many of these we have?
In the report that we talked about, that would be a late file.
Yeah.
There would be the report should be a comprehensive list of.
How many of the unregistered
meters are on.
we have? Okay. I'm just curious about, how much money we're talking as well.
Understood.
Would that be in the report?
I would have to confirm the details of what's in the report.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I asked, I think it was the gas operations panel about procedures for identifying theft. Wondering first if the process for identifying unregistered meters is equivalent to the process for identifying theft, or do they have two separate protocols?
Yeah, so I think that we discussed that that report would indicate usage on a meter. So it would be a way in which you could identify that if you went out to the premise and you saw an indication, I would, probably have to defer to our field operations folks as far as what they look for. But there could be indications of theft in that way when you do the site visit to understand why there's usage on a meter that is, there's no customer present. And then I would imagine the field group as well has their own protocols for when they're doing service calls and working work orders in the field. If they observe any type of situation that looks like the meter's being bypassed in some way.
Okay, I apologize. I think that panel instructed me to ask the questions to you, and the field operations was the gas operations
Yeah.
panel. Okay, I think I've been referred to this panel for these questions. So,
Okay. Customer service in particular does not have a
theft protocol.
If the collections team who also works in the field, if they indicate they see anything that looks suspect or it appears that a meter, there's no customer and a meter has been bypassed, they would report that in to the gas operations.
Is there any feedback loop that closes with customer service to investigate? Like, is there an investigatory process within customer service about theft?
There is another report that is run. It's called it's a lock meter using gas report. So in instances where we have our records indicate that meter should not be allowing the flow of gas, and there is gas flowing. That does generate a report, and the internal collections team assists in outreach to those customers to verify customer and to investigate whether or not the meter needs to be have a lock reapplied.
Okay, and I can't quite hear you. Are you saying locked meter?
Locked meter, yes, yes.
Locked meter, okay.
So difference from just no customer, there would be, you have the indication of customer moved out, it's locked, and it's a separate report.
That in that scenario, the company may have gone out and locked the meter or closed the valve so the gas could not flow, and then a customer opened the valve to allow the flow of gas.
Okay, thank you. Is there any reason that a meter would become locked other than termination for move out, termination for non-payment, termination for safety? Like, am I missing a category?
Yeah, so those would be the three: safety, a move-in, or a termination for non-payment.
Okay, so if a meter that is showing up on the locked meter report has gas flowing, is that like a de facto determination by the company that there's theft that triggers an investigation, or is that not routinely looked at?
Yes, so that report will be worked, but they will look and see if there's anything in the billing system that would indicate, any issue there, if there was perhaps some sort of move-in that failed for some reason on the system. But once they determine that there's nothing systematically reason why there should be usage there, they will then dispatch the order to have someone do a field visit and determine what's going on, or if there's a customer there that needs to be moved in.
Thank you. Is it possible to receive a copy of I'm not sure what you would call it, standard operating procedure or internal policy document that explains how the company investigates and resolves instances of potential theft?
Yeah, we will see what we have available, yes.
And as part of that late file, could I receive a copy of the most recent of locked meter report to see what that looks like, please? As I think that was explained, that's the basis of your theft
Yes.
protocol, if I have that right. Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that's late file exhibit 158. I didn't say that. Okay, just changing gears a little bit. What would you say is the company's overall objective of your customer service interaction with a customer who contacts the company? Do you have a overall objective or guiding principle? Like, is it to educate, to resolve their complaint? Like, what would be your overall objective, please?
Yeah, our overall objective would be probably multiple goals. One would be to solve the customer's inquiry, understand what they're calling about, and also looking at the account to look for clues to understand what else we could do to perhaps help the customer. So for example, if they just call us to say, where can I make a payment? We would look at the account and, not only obviously answer their question, but also look and understand what if they have a past due balance, if they should be pre-qualified for any programs. If we notice there's something on the account where there was something that needed to be followed up on, we could check in on them with that. But the overall goal is to make sure that we answer the customer's inquiry, but also understand what else we could provide to them in order to help them.
Thank you. Are there specific instances in which a customer service representative is trained to refer a customer to Pura's call center? Or to contact Pura generally?
There isn't any training documentation that I'm aware of where we would refer a customer to Pura. We would attempt to utilize our escalation process to avoid an escalation to Pura.
So said another way, are there any, well, let me back up a second. Our customer service representatives provided talking points about recent Pura decisions. Like RAM decisions coming out. Do you give your customer service representatives, well, I'm sorry, that's electric, gas. The rate case decisions coming up, would you hand out or distribute to your CSRs talking points about the Pura decision?
So it would be somewhat typical anytime that there's a change that would impact a customer in a way that we might have to explain customer impacts in a way that's easily digestible to the customer, that we would issue talking points to guide a CSR through navigating that conversation.
Thank you. And connecting that to your testimony from just one question ago, is your testimony that, to your knowledge, no talking points have been distributed that would point a customer to Pura, say where they would be instructing the customer to call Pura?
I don't recall a talking point to refer a customer to Pura if they had a question.
Okay, does the customer service team draft or provide those same talking points to your government affairs team or your community engagement team, for example?
I think I might need an example of where that might occur.
Sure. So If you go to the docket and you find a letter that was provided by EOE on August 11th, 2023, in which they report, I can let you get, or I can give you the example, or I can let you get to that letter, whichever you prefer.
I think an example would likely be fine.
Okay, in the letter, they cite a communication from a company executive where they respond to a customer who had inquired about the gas expansion program and say, hopefully Pura changes its mind regarding gas expansion projects. And I can let you read it, but it points the customer back to Pura. Is that an example of a talking point that would have been drafted by customer service and distributed to other divisions of the company?
To my knowledge, no.
Not to my knowledge.
So sticking with the specific example about the gas expansion program, do you track the specific category of inquiry that your customer service representatives call? For example, would I be able to ask how many inquiries you received related to the gas expansion program?
At that granular level of detail, no, we do not have statistics.
Okay.
Our marketing group, as I believe they may have testified, can provide the number of leads that they have gotten with respect to inquiries about gas service.
I appreciate that. I'm specifically looking to understand whether this talking point was unique to the instance that's documented in this letter, or whether it was repeated by customer service representatives with respect to calls or inquiries that you may have received on this topic.
That was not a distributed talking point for my organization.
Okay, thank you. Is there any portion of your system that would allow you to do a inquiry to see what a sample communication would have been from a customer service representative to a customer calling in about your gas expansion program? Like our call center might take notes about a call that's received, including documenting what they did in follow-up. Is there an inquiry? Is your customer service database allow you to conduct an inquiry for the terms gas expansion program and to see what your CSR's response may have been?
At this time, no.
Okay. How does your QA/QC function work then? And maybe I'm not thinking about it in the right way, but, and I apologize if this is for a different member of the panel, but just trying to understand how you would run the QA/QC if you're looking for, like, oh gosh, first I knocked it over. Okay, I'm sorry. So let's take a different example, the moratorium ending yesterday. If you wanted to conduct QA/QC on calls that the call center received about the moratorium, if you can't go back into your call system and search for moratorium, how would you do that? Would you just have to do a spot check and hope you hit some of those calls?
Well, we can narrow it down a bit further than that, just looking at call types, where the call's going, who's answering it. So, but generally, yes, we have a standard call form. We go in there and do our evaluations, but we also do spot checks. So we will do some more call listening, looking for that. But I think what you're getting to, and I can't guarantee anything, but you asked about gas expansion program. Speech analytics, we can possibly put that in there and say, give us every instance of gas expansion program, and it'll give us all the calls, it'll tell us how many we can take a look at, and then maybe we can drill down that way. specifically, but that's something we're trying to get from speech analytics.
I appreciate that. I think the speech analytics was something that was discussed coming out of docket number 200315, if I'm not mistaken, and the company was authorized to use speech analytics from that. So is that tool combined with your call log capable of doing the search terms, gas expansion program, plus Pura, if I gave you a date range?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Um, I'm trying to think about how I'd phrase the late file. I can't remember the final decision date from 21/08/24, but I want to say it was in April of 2022, if I'm not mistaken. But if I say from the date of the final decision of the 21/08/24 docket through September 30th of 2023, I'm looking for some summary of the number of CSR calls and a representation of how those calls were resolved. Were they pointed to Pura? Were they given other information?
Yeah, one thing we'll take a look at is we implemented speech analytics earlier this year, and we could not install any previous call recordings based on system restrictions. So I need to take a look and go back and see how far back we can go.
So maybe only January of
Yeah.
2024 is what you're saying.
Take a look at it.
Okay, well, that narrows the request. I'm only asking for the request since the tool's been available. So if I could look for that information dating back to January 1st to April 30th, would appreciate an understanding of how those calls, if any have been received, have been resolved.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's late file exhibit 159. Okay, I had one more question written down, which may be negated, Mr. Daniels, by your earlier response to me. My question was going to be, how is a decision made, by whom is it made, and when is a customer service rep instructed to cite a Pura decision or action? If that, but I'm wondering if that question is negated by our conversation earlier. Well, earlier you mentioned that you didn't recall any talking points being distributed that would have cited a Pura decision or action or to call Pura. Is that a decision that is made by Ms. Palella? Like, meaning, I mean, in this case, there's been a decision not to do that, I think is your testimony, but who makes that decision about what customer service representatives can or should say about a specific matter?
I mean, I can just attest that, I've been in and out of the call centers most of my career here, and I can never recall an example where we would have advised the representatives, tell the customer to call Pura about such and such an issue. That wouldn't be a practice that we would take.
Okay, so it would be, it would surprise you if we received a phone call from a customer saying that the company blamed Pura and to call Pura for an action.
It would surprise me. I don't know that there would be an exception of somebody, saying something off the cuff. I don't know. We can't control that, but certainly no guidance to my knowledge.
Okay,
From
thank
what I
you.
recall, I don't recall any examples like that.
Okay, thank you. All right, I believe those are my questions. So Attorney Venora, would you like a few minutes to consider redirect?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Good thing it's a good thing you have them there.
Oh, yeah. Attorney Benora.
Yes, thank you. We do have a few redirect questions. Mr. Daniels, I'll start with you. You recall the discussions during cross-examination regarding the unregistered meter incident in Avon, Connecticut, correct?
Yes, and I also just recalled how to restart my.
You have an unregistered mic, I think. So,
Yeah.
okay. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Can you please provide some comments on any actions or initiatives the company did in response to that incident?
Yeah, we felt that the uniqueness of this scenario and agreed with the assessment in the decision on this docket that some training would need to be conducted to do three things. One, to inform our customer service representatives to give them more tools on handling complex calls, to also address issues regarding customer privacy concerns, as well as how to take proper steps to investigate difficult situations. So we conducted that training in the latter part of 2023. We've also made that a best practice across the affiliate companies, including SCG. And we delivered that training as a refresher as recently as last week.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Patterson, do you recall cross-examination to the panel regarding low-income customers and the low-income discount rate?
Yes, I do.
And is there anything from the customer experience side of the business that focuses and is providing some initiatives relating to low-income customers?
Yes, absolutely. So both as part of Order 34 from the UI rate case and additional supplementary support within the CNG SCG testimony filing, we've requested two resources: one, the customer experience manager, and one, the customer experience lead analyst. And the remit of these resources is to blueprint out the existing experience of our customers across low income and vulnerable and hardship segments, and to establish areas for opportunity for improvement and develop products and tools and services to help improve that customer experience. And that was a real big area of focus and question today. And hopefully with the support from the authority, that we'll be able to take action and further increase our capabilities that we have for some of the customers that need us the most in those segments.
Thank you. And Mr. Cardenas, do you recall cross-examination that related to the company's recent engagement of Alorica, or an expansion of its work with Alorica?
Yes, I do.
What's at the heart of that initiative, and why you're pursuing that arrangement?
Yeah, so the purpose of bringing an additional vendor is into our customer support world is to create a champion challenger model, which every mature contact center organization has, regardless of industry. So you have 2 or 3 or maybe even more vendors that really fight for work. So if you have one vendor that's performing better quality and they have better productivity, then you would award them more work. So to the earlier testimony about being able to push and pull calls by call type, we can easily do that on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. But it also creates an opportunity to have a third-party group come in as well and look at maybe even the quality of your calls. So I think there's opportunity for us to partner with these vendors, multiple vendors, and to create a model where we can provide an exceptional customer experience just by having redundancy and by training or upskilling our agents to handle any call type.
Great, thank you. And just, do you have, okay. And just lastly, Mr. Cardenas, or to anyone on the panel, just can you provide a comment on some of the proactive steps the company has taken recently to enhance call quality?
So we've started looking at additional vendors to, external vendors to improve our call quality by monitoring more calls that we have. And I would say that, today we're probably, at the 5 calls per rep on a call monitoring perspective on a monthly basis. And we would like to improve that to about 20 calls per rep per month. So that's one of the proactive ways we're.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Okay, thank you. That's all we have.
Thank you. So that completes the CNG panel. So we will transition to the SCG panel. Attorney Vaughn, any new witnesses?
No, no new witnesses. To the panel members, do you recall answering a series of questions I asked you at the start of your testimony for CNG on the topic of customer service?
Yes.
Do you also recall answering questions on cross-examination from Pura staff, OCC, EOE, and the commissioners during that portion of the hearing?
Yes.
In appearing now for SCG and for the purpose of administrative efficiency, do you adopt your testimony from the CNG transcript and stipulate that if asked those same questions again, your answers would be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. And I'm trying to get a handle on, I think late file 141 through 145 was Pura staffs, those 5. Does that match your notes?
I have 141 through 144,
Well, okay.
and I have 145 as being asked by Attorney Wheel.
Okay, thank you. So 141 through 144, would the company like to stipulate to repeat those to SCG, or would you like the foundation raised?
We'll stipulate to have those also apply to SCG.
Thank you. So those will become 160 through 163. Thank you. Ms. McDonald.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, panel. All right, bear with me. I'm gonna take my time to go through this. So I asked the CNG questions regarding pay guard, including why the transaction volume declined in 2023 compared to 2022. If asked these questions, would the SCG's testimony be the same?
Yes.
Then I went on to asking a question about the consequences of an EVP participant who does not meet their goals for at the EVP level for ESG objectives. If asked that same question, would SCG testimony be the same?
I don't recall who answered. It was not.
Ms. Van Looing responded.
There would
Yes.
be no difference.
Thank you. I also asked a CNG whether late payment charges are included in charge-offs. If asked the same question to SCG, would the response be the same?
We corrected that this morning and the answer would be the same.
Thank you. I also asked about the return check fee that's been confirmed with CNG that it's not proposing to increase the return check fee. Is that the same response for SCG?
Yes.
I also asked about whether the company is on target with the timelines and implementation outline in response to the system enhancements that were proposed for both companies. If asked SCG, would the response be the same?
Yes.
And the same for any adjustments in cost and how the company will seek to recover the one-time and recurring costs listed in CNG responses?
Yes.
I also talked about the bill redesign and confirmed with CNG that the first message bubble or text box would contain bill help approved messages
Yes.
on the bill. Same for SCG. Also, I asked the date certain for the transition to the proposed new bill to be in effect for CNG. Is the response the same for SCG?
Yes.
As part of my discussion, I asked CNG how the company prioritizes which customers to contact first in their top 100 customer contact process. Would the response for SCG be the same?
Yes.
And the same proactive measures to minimize the number of accounts that are designated as disconnection?
Yes.
And SCG makes the same number of attempts or through all the available forms of communication for these customers?
Yes.
For their designated. All right, I also asked the question of whether the development of that NPS dashboard has been completed for CNG. Is that the same response for SCG?
Yes.
Thank you. I also got some clarification on the number of accounts that were transitioned to the legal firm for collection purposes. Is it the same for SCG?
Yes.
That there were two, okay. And then I had a series of questions regarding LiDAR, or the low income discount rate that was proposed by both companies. Are the responses to those questions, would they be the same for SCG? And the more technical pieces with regard to rate design, that's still the same, to speak with the rate design panel.
Yes.
I also asked how the company will track or report, or if there will be any reporting for the number of customers participating in LiDAR and the impact this will have on the energy burden for these customers that are participating in LiDAR. Would the response be the same for SCG?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I think that was all. Oh, no. I also asked about the outsourcing, the criteria that was considered to determine the cost for outsourcing for CNG. Is that the same response for SCG?
Yes, it is.
And the same performance metrics are in place to monitor the effectiveness and the quality of these calls?
Yes, they are.
And I discussed the market trends for the emerging payment technologies for CNG and the indication from the market research, how often it's done and what is considered in the discussions and with who are the stakeholders to, before the company implements or considers these emerging technologies. Is it the same for SCG?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I think that was all. Thank you, panel.
Thank you.
Did I need to report the late files?
I got
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, I'm Kate Keenan, staff attorney at Pura. I asked CNG questions regarding the bill design project, including whether the company has completed it. Is SCG's testimony the same as the testimony that CNG provided?
Yes.
I also requested a read-in, which was identified as read-in AA, regarding the detailed cost estimate and timeline information for the bill redesign program. Would SCG be able to provide a similar read-in?
Yes.
Is it the same response? Will it be the
It
same
will be the
response?
same.
Okay,
Project together, both companies.
thank you. Then I'll keep it as read in AA.
Great, thank you. Let's see. I asked CNG questions regarding PayGuard, including what prompted the company to begin using it. Is SCG's testimony the same as the testimony provided by CNG?
Yes, it is.
I asked CNG questions regarding the use of customer satisfaction scores and what metrics the company uses to assess the benefits and success of the fee-free program. Is SCG's testimony the same as CNG's?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Thank you. Both Mr. Cadwalder and I asked CNG questions regarding the fees charged by credit cards and whether the company negotiated with the credit card companies regarding the fees. Is SCG's testimony the same as the testimony provided by CNG?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Mr. Cadwalder and I also asked CNG questions regarding Apple Pay and Google Pay. Is CNG's testimony the same as the testimony provided by CNG?
Yes, it is.
I asked CNG a few questions regarding the differences between the company's fee-free program and UI's program. Is SCG's testimony the same as the testimony provided by CNG?
Yes, it is.
I also asked questions regarding the removal of non-residential customers from CNG's fee-free program. And I believe you were going to provide a late file, which you'll provide as well. But to the extent you provided any testimony, is SCG's testimony the same as the testimony provided by CNG?
Yes, it is.
I asked, these are this is my last question. I asked CNG a few questions regarding the various RFPs for the fee-free program vendors. Is SCG's testimony the same as the testimony provided by CNG?
Yes, it is.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Cadwalader, anything? Yeah. Thank you. I think that's it for authority staff, right? Yep. Attorney Wheel, please. Attorney Venora, while OCC is approaching, is your, not that we would get to him today, but is your environmental remediations person here?
He's not here. He'll be here by tomorrow morning.
Okay, yeah, I was just in the off chance that we
Yeah.
finish this today.
Yeah,
We could punt him to next Tuesday, or we can come
Oh.
back in the morning.
I think he's already en route.
En route.
And he's coming from pretty far upstate New York, so.
We're coming back tomorrow no
Okay,
matter what.
great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Attorney Wheel.
Hello again, Tom Wheel for the Office of Consumer Counsel. Attorney Govea asked the CNG panel some questions about the initial testimony's proposal to in-source credit and collection calls. She asked about the reference to complex call types. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Would any of those responses be different as to SCG than they were offered as a CNG?
They would not.
Thank you. Attorney Govea asked about the management of the knowledge-based systems. Would any of those responses be different for SCG?
No, they would not.
Thank you. This is actually going to be short. I only have like 6 of these. Attorney Govea asked about the incremental call volume associated with the LiDAR. Any different responses as to SCG?
No different response.
Thank you. And just for the record, I'm referring specifically to questions about the incremental FTEs and the incremental call volume. You recall those questions? So there would be no response as to those questions that's different for SCG?
Correct.
Thank you. I asked questions during, about the discussion during Pura staff's cross of the CNG panel about the potential plan to switch to a different vendor, being Alorica. I asked, well, first, would the same potential plan also apply to SCG? If does the same potential for that plan apply to SCG?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. I asked for a late file exhibit analyzing the revenue requirement impact of that option if it were exercised. Could I ask for the same for SCG?
Yes.
Thank you.
Which would be, sorry, let me catch up here. That's 145, which would become 164, please.
Thank you. I asked some questions about the incremental FTEs noted in the rate design panel as being requested specifically for LiDAR purposes, whether those same FTEs are reflected in the discussion of incremental FTEs within the CNG customer service testimony, and some questions about the terminology used for job titles. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Would any of those responses be different as to SCG?
They would not be.
Thank you. I asked questions about non-call CSAs and the work they would perform with respect to the LiDAR proposal. Would any of those responses be different as this?
They would not be.
Thank you. I asked questions about an unregistered meter at 73 Bronson Road in Avon. That was a CNG customer, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so with respect to the specific facts of that scenario, none of that would apply to SCG, is that correct?
None of that would apply. However, we did conduct training relative to that instance and did also share that training with the affiliate companies, including SCG.
Okay, thank you. And I can just ask, perhaps there was redirect testimony regarding that training. Would all of that redirect testimony would also apply to the SCG?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. There was testimony generally regarding the process for identifying unregistered meters. Would any of that testimony, again, without reference to the particular meter in Avon, apply? Would that be different for SCG?
No, it would not.
Thank you. I asked for a late file exhibit of unregistered meter reports, specifically for the second report generated for each month of the test year, as well as the most recently issued report. Can I ask for that same late file exhibit for SCG?
Yes.
That becomes 165.
Thank you. Got two more. I also asked questions about that particular scenario in Avon, about the company's customer service interactions with that customer after identifying the unregistered meter issue. I'm referring specifically to the testimony that discussed the company offering that customer a payment plan. Again, acknowledging that was a CNG customer. Does SCG provide similar levels of communication and similar options to similarly situated customers?
We haven't had a situation like that at SCG, but I would imagine, given similar circumstances, we would attempt to provide the customer with those options as well.
Thank you. Lastly, I asked a series of questions about estimated bills and the process for reconciling bill estimates to actual usage. Would any of those responses be different with respect to SCG?
No, they would not.
Thank you. That concludes OCC's questions for this panel.
Okay, and 230926 was CNG, so we don't need to replicate that late file exhibit.
That's correct.
Okay, very good, thank you. EOE, please.
Really hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we do have SCG specific questions, as we noted earlier. So this is probably not going to finish today, but we're going to do our best, okay? So before we get into the SCG specific questions. Earlier, Mr. Parent, Mr. Algeri, Attorney Wyman, and I asked the CNG panel a series of questions. Before we asked those questions, we delineated them as being applicable to both companies. In lieu of repeating each individual question, I am re-asking those questions for the record now and request that SCG stipulate that it answers each question the same as it did in the CNG portion of the proceeding. Right.
Yes.
In addition to those, prior to our delineation, we had some conversation about the transition to Alorica. So if those responses would be the same as well. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the company stipulates that its answers to those common questions would be the same.
Additionally, Mr. Parent asked several questions and you referred those to the rates design panel. Would the same referral apply if we pose the same questions to SCG?
Yes, they would.
So then also we requested late file exhibits 148 to 157, I believe. Could we please get the corresponding late file exhibits for SCG?
148 to 157 are repeated as 166 through 175, with 166 and 167 being due May 17th.
And then I presume we had a few read-ins, and I'll presume that they apply equally to both companies as well. Stipulate that.
Yes.
Okay, so specifically those are B, B, C, C, D, D, F, F, G, G, H, H, and I believe.
Sure. That's what I have.
That's it. Yep. Thanks.
Mr. Algeri will start his.
Good afternoon again. So this entire line of questions is going to be on EOE 215. Now, these are questions specific to SCG. Do you know if the company records ever indicated if a gas service line ever existed at this location and was then subsequently removed?
I'm just rereading the response to this,
Certainly.
right? It doesn't appear that initially there was a gas service line installed at that residence.
Okay. But did the records ever indicate if a gas service line was there and subsequently removed prior to the first call from the customer?
I may have to confer with someone that helped to provide this response to get that answer.
Could we get that as a read-in?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's JJ.
And just to clarify, the question was, was there ever a gas service line at that residence prior to the customer contacting us?
Yeah, the customer's first call was on December 13th, 2022. So prior to that time, was there a service line and was it removed?
Okay.
All set?
Yes, thank you.
So that first call number one was on December 13th, 2022. I believe we talked previously, when someone calls for service, company records, they won't indicate if a service line, or they will indicate if a service line is at the location. So someone calling for new service.
The CSR taking that call should be able to tell if there is gas service at that residence.
Reason why I'm re-asking that, in the response in 215A, second paragraph of the response, the sentence starts, for clarification. It continues, the CSRs would not have identified that there was not a gas service line in place. CSR should have recognized that there was no meter history in the system for this location. We talked about the meter lock, how the customer used that phrase. During that call, the CSR advised the customer there was no record of a meter and tried to get the customer to speak with an energy specialist. Had that occurred, would he have been told that there was no service line at this location?
The gas sales representative would have been able to discern if there was gas service at the premise, yes.
So the CSR advised that there's no record of a meter. If the customer says there's a meter lock, would that have triggered any response from the CSR to say there's no meter there, why we would not have a meter lock at the location?
So I think this speaks to some of the training that we've recently given to CSRs with specific to the issue on Bronson Road, and would probably be applicable here, is the instruction that if a customer is contacting us and you know things don't add up, to pause there and engage additional resources. And I think had that happened in this particular instance, we would have found the root cause of the issue for this customer and been able to resolve it.
Okay, let's move to call number 5. It's now December 15th of 2022. In this call, the CSR establishes a date for a meter set as the customers finally come to the realization that he doesn't have a meter in the house. During the time of this particular call, would that CSR have access to any information that would have indicated the presence of a service line? So between the 13th and the 15th, is there anything for that CSR to know whether or not there's a service line at that location?
Don't believe the CSR would have that information at that time.
Okay.
But I believe I would have to consult with one of the SMEs on this.
Could we add that to Rita and JJ?
Yes.
Okay, so continuing on with call number 5, in the response to the interrogatory, the company's procedure would be to refer to call to the gas sales team if there was no existing meter and no recent meter removal. Would the procedure be the same if the CSR knew that there was no service line present?
Yes.
In this call number 5, the CSR established a date for a meter set Where is that request sent to?
That request would at SCG, the lead customer service representatives process meter sets. So that would have been sent to the group of lead CSRs to be processed.
And the meter set is where they actually physically install the meter.
So I guess for clarification, are you referring to the work order to create a meter set, or are you referring to the work of actually setting a meter?
I'm just looking at the last line on call number 5, where it states the CSR proceeded with the meter set order and scheduled it for December 22nd. It says 2023, but I believe that's 2022.
My assumption is that was a lead CSR that processed that meter set order, and that would kick off or initiate the process for the meter to be set in the field.
Can you submit a meter set order if there's no service line at the location?
It wouldn't appear that there isn't a system limitation that would prevent that.
With the unit or section that's performing the meter set, would they have information that tells them if a service line is at the location?
The group doing the intake on the work order, no, the assumption would be that gas line is existing if they were getting a meter set order.
Let's go to call number 6, December 20th, 2022. According to the response in this call, it states that the CSR failed to identify that the work order was in a failed status. For this occurrence, what was the cause of the failed status?
My recollection is that the work order was in a failed status because a meter could not be set because of the lack of gas at the residence.
So at the time of the call, an appointment for the meter set request was established for December 22nd. Did the failed status of the work order affect that scheduled appointment? Did it cause the appointment to be canceled?
Yes.
Would they have been advised that the appointment was canceled and the reason why?
They should have been advised. Anytime that a customer expectation is not met, and the customer is anticipating that the company is going to be performing work for them in this instance, setting a meter or establishing gas service at their residence. If we're unable to fulfill that, it should be our practice to reach out to the customer to advise them as such.
So the failed status that caused the December 22nd appointment to be canceled, that was for the lack of a service line.
Subject to check, that's my recollection.
Okay. Let's move to calls number 7, 8, and 9. These are all on December 27th, 2022. In all of these calls, there's discussion between the customer and the customer service rep about the missed appointment, the one that was canceled from December 22nd. Would the CSR have known if the work order was still in a failed status at that point?
The CSR would be able to review any pending or previous work orders associated with this account.
So they would have seen that it was in a failed status.
They would have been able to see that, yes.
Would they have seen the reason for the failed status?
Assuming that there was a reason entered into that portion of the work order as a reason for failure, yes.
So the CSR might have just seen that work order X failed status, but no reason. That's a possibility.
It is a possibility. I don't know what this particular work order had listed, but that could be a possibility.
Okay. Staying with call number 9, on the 27th of December, the response states that later in the day, a technician was dispatched for the meter set, but was unable to perform the work due to the customer's piping size. The technician also recommended that the customer consult with a plumber. Just curious, was it noted in this work order if this was the piping to install the gas meter?
I don't have that work order in front of me, so I'd have to speculate as to why and why the requirement was for the piping size to change. As I recall, if there was any existing equipment there, it wasn't sized for heating.
Would there have been, I think we've established that there's no service line present at this location. Would there have been any piping to connect to if there was no service line?
I'm trying to recall all the details of this particular scenario. And unclear if there was ever any service for any size going to that residence. Again, would need to confer with an SME who helped put this response together to answer that question.
Mr. Augeri, I like an estimate on your all's cross. I'm trying to decide whether to call it or like, are we definitely coming back tomorrow?
Pages, so.
Okay, okay. So, okay, all right. So we're definitely coming, if this panel's definitely coming back tomorrow, then I think we should go ahead and call it for the evening. So to be very clear to everyone, the only panels that we're doing tomorrow are the remainder of the SCG and then the Environmental Remediation Fund. And at this stage, I feel confident, although knock on wood, that we'll finish that tomorrow. So I'm going to ask Ms. Lupley to affirmatively cancel the hold from Monday's hearing, and we'll proceed with the plan that was outlined yesterday and resume Tuesday. I'll go over that again before we adjourn tomorrow, but we'll go ahead and release Monday. So I have like a panoply of read-ins that hopefully we can address tomorrow, or if not Tuesday. But anything before we adjourn?
I was actually going to ask, I know I had asked for a read-in for some information. I'm wondering if it would be better, because I have a feeling I might be asking more questions as I go into this subject. I'm wondering if we should turn this read-in into a late filed exhibit, just because it could grow and I don't want the read-in to.
Is it JJ?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start there in the morning with changing JJ into a
Late file
complete
exhibit.
late file exhibit. So I'll just ask or let the company know you don't have to work on JJ tonight. We'll turn that into a late file in the morning. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will see everyone at 10 a.m.
I can put it in.
Oh, thank you.
I got you.
Thank you.
If you needed that more. That is fine. No. Is it Tom Wheels? He carries one of those around.
Talk to you guys for a second.